And we are live. This is your host, Addy Anakin Skywalker, YouTube's chosen one. This is our second coronavirus COVID round table. We got a couple of the usual suspects here from last week. Dr. Paul Cottrell of Harvard. He's in ground zero right now in New York, in the epicenter. It's actually the worldwide epicenter now, as far as I know. And he's coming by way of Michigan. Doc Couey out of Pittsburgh, also a PhD. He's coming by way of Wisconsin. Like myself, I am broadcasting to you guys live from Oregon. And we have Dr. Young. Doc Young, do you want to give yourself an introduction, please, just so people know who you are?
I've been in research science, biochemistry, and microbiology for the last 40 years. I've written 70 books and over 3,000 published articles, of which just in the last, year or so, there's been about 20 plus peer-reviewed journal articles. My main research is on contextual environmental science, particularly at the cellular level, and how the internal environment, particularly the study of the interstitial fluids, of the interstitium. We have a very unique testing. It's totally non-invasive, non-radioactive, where we can test the biochemistry of the fluids that surround every cell in the body. I don't know if many of you understand the interstitium or that organ. It's part of the extracellular fluids, and we compare the interstitial fluids, which is the largest body of water, largest organ of the human body, to the human blood to get quantitative information in determining the basis of or the genesis of disease, and also to determine the efficacy of any treatment and how it's affecting this major fluid of the body, which more and more people are learning about. So the emphasis for the last 5 or 6 years, actually the last 7 or 8 years, has been on research on the interstitial fluids, and specifically the largest organ of the human body, the interstitium.
Okay, thanks, Doc Young. And we'll definitely get into more details and more into the weeds with you guys' expertise later. But let's start a little broader like we did last time. And I have a question actually from Reddit that I wanted to ask. And it said, and we did cover the not touching your face and face mask. And he asks, what else can we do besides hand washing, besides not touching your face and wearing face masks? What else can we do to prevent infection or prepare? And Doc Cottrell, do you want to start, and then we can just go clockwise around the table?
Yes, I think it's very important that we maintain a low pro-inflammatory response in our body. So we have to boost our immune system and increase anti-inflammatory cytokines. So there's a lot of ways to do that. There's obviously good nutrition, a well-balanced diet, filtered food or filtered water, iodine. Make sure that your endocrine system is healthy to be able to fight infection. So I think beyond normal, it's also proper diet, proper nutrition. There's lots of homeopathic ways to lower inflammation and have, the good cytokines and the inflammatory kinds to go down. Dr. Young, when he was talking about the fluid in the interstitial tissue in the lung, that is highly correlated to cytokine production. So boosting your immune system is a really important thing.
Well said, Doc Paul. And Doc Young, do you want to maybe dovetail that idea into something similar? Because I know your expertise and your website speaks a lot about maintaining a healthy pH, and alkalinity is definitely a huge area of your expertise.
Well, that's just one of the markers in the biochemistry of the fluids of the body. And to quantify that, as I mentioned, we do a life test, which stands for living interstitial fluid environmental test, where we can get the quantitative information on over 170 parameters. One of those, of course, is pH. The ideal pH for the interstitial fluids is about 7.3 to 7.365. We see a buildup in the case of any sort of, I call them outfections, but in infection, where the pH is actually either trying to compensate for an increase of acidity or lactic acid, let's say, if we're measuring the different acids that are building up in the body fluids. We can see, like in cancer, we can see an increase in lactic acid, which we correlate as the major biochemical or poison that actually poisons the cells, breaks down the membranes of the cells, causes DNA mutation, and is really the genesis of where cancer begins. If we're dealing with, let's say, a bacterial phage or a filterable bacteria that, generally speaking, is referred to as a virus. The Latin translation of virus is poison or acid. We associate that not with a non-living entity or a retrovirus. I associate with these cellular breakdowns with contributing distributing factors that affect the pH of the body fluids. Probably the easiest thing that one can do without having, unless you work at NASA, to be able to have these types of tests. If you're an astronaut, these tests are done on 100% of the body fluids to determine the effects of being in space and how it impacts the various biochemistry factors. So if we're looking at someone, let's say, is dealing with some of the symptoms of that are associated with, let's say, radiation poisoning or acid poisoning coming from cellular breakdown, these acids can be measured simply by measuring the pH of the urine, which is a product of the not of the blood, but a product of the urine. And there's a wide range from what is taught in medical school. The range ranges from 5.5 on pH of urine up to 8.5. But ideally, in order to maintain the integrity of the internal environment, where I suggest is where true immunity begins. It begins in maintaining the pH of the fluids that surround the cells, because the cells are only as healthy as the fluid that they're bathed in. Much like in marine biology, the fish are only as healthy as the water they swim in. So managing and maintaining the delicate pH balance of the extracellular fluids, which includes the intravascular fluids with the interstitial fluids, you get 100% of the picture. So as the blood's trying to maintain its integrity, what's happening in the interstitial fluids is very important, because when we're dealing with a symptom of COVID-19, it's dealing with respiration, and in all cases, anyone in an infectious condition, particularly respiratory, has a imbalance or an acidic condition where the pH is dropped from 7.365 down below 7.3. And of course, if you understand the biochemistry of the fluids, if you drop down to 7.1, you're in a coma, and at 6.9 you're dead. So it doesn't have to move very much. So how do you manage that? If you're trying to manage your health and seeing how your particular lifestyle is affecting the internal environment of the body, the best way to do that is to test the pH of the urine. Try to keep the pH ideally above 7.4, and there's ways to do that, which I can explain later. But it's a simple test. You just get pH hydrant paper, It's particularly treated in order to interact with urine, and so it'll give you a base between 5.5 to, usually they run 4.5 to 8.5 to 9.5, but you can get a base on exactly where you are. And the best time to test the urine is during the acid flood. And the acid flood, where the body's releasing its waste products, comes with the first and second urine of the body fluid. So when you test that, this is an accurate reading of the level of toxicity that's in 80% of the extracellular fluids, which currently is not being tested by any hospital or unfortunately is not being tested by any hospital or any clinic, but it needs to be tested in order to get the whole picture. And once you have that, of course, you can take. I'm going
to pause you right there, Doc Young. That's great info. Doc McCairn just joined us, so we greet him, and he was on the panel last week. But could you just backtracking a little bit, Doc Young, because we do have a couple new viewers who are coming from various channels and followings, and some of us aren't experts on this. Could you just briefly describe what pH is? Because I know you're describing why it's important and what happens if that level changes, but just a basic definition quickly.
Yeah, pH stands for the potential of hydrogens. What you're measuring is measuring hydrogen ions compared to hydroxyl ions, and I'll put that in English now. So what you're measuring is acid versus alkalinity, and it's a scale that runs from 0 to 14, where if we're testing fluid of the blood, ideally that stays within a range of 7.365 to 7.4. That's the ideal pH. If we're testing the ocean pH, it ranges about 8.3. If you're testing vinegar, for example, that's going to test out between 2.5 and 3, where if you're testing, let's say, sodium bicarbonate, which is a compound that's produced by the stomach to alkalize the food and also provide alkalinity for the blood and interstitial fluids, that's a pH of 8.4. So these body fluids that surround all the cells that are within the cells that are in the intravascular system are all pH balanced at 7.365, and the body does everything it can based on one's lifestyle, which is what affects pH is what you eat, what you drink, even what you think, even the metabolic acids, the respiratory acids, the environmental acids, and finally, did I say dietary acids? These are all contributing factors that can affect your internal environment, that can be affecting the way you feel to the way you actually think, and affects your energy levels. So managing pH would be no different if you're at a saltwater aquarium or if you're managing a swimming pool. If the pH goes down, here again, all kinds of critters start showing up, and the water can become murky, and fish can't live in an acidic environment. No better than the human cell, particularly a brain cell, a lung cell, a heart cell, a blood cell, cannot live in an acidic environment. So these things need to be tested. It's easy to do. Of course, we have more technical tests that we do to get very specific numbers. But as I mentioned, one of the easiest things that you can do to manage or maintain what I believe is the alkaline design of the body, even though all of our functions produce acidic waste that need to be eliminated. And if those wastes are not eliminated, then of course then you go into different stages of disease. One of those being that was just mentioned by the doctor before me, which is an inflammatory condition, cannot be in and of itself absent without an acidic factor. So if uric acid contributes to the condition called gout. Lactic acid is a major acid in cancer. Citric acid is also a contributing factor to cancer. When we're dealing with these other conditions, the so-called viral conditions, without going into any more detail about this, they are pH sensitive. They affect our total biochemistry, and these need to be managed in order to maintain good health, vitality, and energy.
Well said, Doc Young. And we do welcome Doc McCairn. Doc Couey, do you want to add to that or segue onto what Doc Young just said?
Actually, no, thanks. I'm not a medical doctor. I'll just let them. I'll let them argue about that stuff. I think staying healthy is important, of course.
Welcome, Doc McCairn.
Welcome, and I guess it's good evening for you and a morning for me. And I apologize because promptness is the politeness of emperors, and I let you guys down. But I was.
It's all right, man. We knew something was up because everyone's like, "Dude, where is he?" He's probably fell asleep because you double checked with me at least, and you were talking to Doc Couey too. I know. So
yeah, and well, I guess you guys are. I'm not sure what you guys are on about with respect to pH, but
so I just gave Doc Young the floor basically after Doc Cottrell, and my question that prefaced it came from Reddit, and it was basically, other than washing hands, not touching your face, and wearing a mask when you go out in public, what else can we do to prevent and prepare for a possible infection? And Doc Cottrell mentioned inflammation, which Doc Young is an expert on, and he went into that a bit just now while you joined us. So, and Doc Couey just declined to comment on this particular aspect of the convo, so you can keep it going if you'd like.
I will just defer as I missed the beginning part.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm not where I come from. pH is just the voltage. And that's how I sort of view things. And if there's some wet chemistry going on, I'll leave it to the people that really love that kind of thing.
Definitely. It's always good to leave things to the experts.
Yeah. And like I said, I don't want sort of railroad discussion, but
no worries. Let me I'll just give you some time to collect your thoughts, Doc McCairn. What percent, this question is from Reddit, guys, what percentage of the population will eventually contract the virus? Doc Cottrell? Mic, Doc. Remember your mic. Yeah, you were muted. Start over.
This is a very temporal question, because if you assume that there's going to be 3 waves to this infection that has similar epidemiological dynamics as the Spanish flu of 1918, then you're talking about a 16 to 18 month time horizon. With that assumption, you're talking about most likely 40 to 50% of the world that could be infected to some degree with this virus over that 16 to 18 month period. If you just look at the first wave, you're talking much fewer people. But I think this is where people need to realize that we don't know what the infections will be until after we get past October, late October, to see if there is a second wave. If there is a second wave, then there's a higher probability that there's probably going to be an attenuated third wave, a tertiary wave. And that's where my concern is that we're going to have probably an 18-month time horizon with this pandemic. And we don't know the amplitude of those waves yet. So it is possible that half the population of the Earth gets infected to some degree. That doesn't mean that half the population needs to be hospitalized, because the far majority will not need to be hospitalized. But over time, we're going to see 50% of the population have some sort of antibody for this and show some degree of exposure.
Thanks, Doc Cottrell. Doc Young or Doc Couey, did you guys want to add to that? And then we can go back just after this, just for more steps on anti-inflammatory steps to take. But before that, anyone want to add to what Doc Cottrell said? I agree. It's a very temporal and up in the air answer. I don't know if it's the best thought exercise at this point, but let's let Doc Young juggle with it if he wants to. And then Doc Young, if you want to just tell people maybe things they might already have in their kitchen or in their bathroom that they could use to promote an anti-inflammatory diet, so they don't have the option of going out to the grocery store right now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree that it's very difficult to know, where this thing is going as it relates to how many people are going to be affected by this. I think there's a lot of contributing factors that go even beyond the viral theory, and that would be the effects that electromagnetic frequencies have on the deterioration of the cell membrane, and the genetic mutations that can come from that, especially with the launch of 5G, which there's thought out there that there was a correlation between the infection and also the release of 5G in Wuhan, and somehow once they got a hold of this, the Chinese, and this comes from sources from the inside, but it's also public knowledge that the latter part of January, when it looked like they were going to shut Wuhan down, and businesses were going to be closed, and there was a risk of harm, many of the people that were not from that particular area, that were working in that area for financial reasons, left, and the total number of people was in excess of 5 million people. Now, they went to Beijing and Shanghai and other cities, and yet there was no indication of any increase. But here again, can we rely on the information and the numbers that we're getting from China? But based on what has been presented by WHO and the UN is that they've pretty much stabilized, and there's no indication of any increased outfections that are showing in other areas other than the ground zero, which was Wuhan's. But I mean, time will tell how this all plays out. But as it relates to things that you can find in your kitchen that are inexpensive, that would literally be effective in managing and maintaining the alkaline design, because whether it's viral, depending on your theoretical position on viruses, or whether it's electromagnetic frequencies combined with other disturbing factors which do have an impact on the internal environment, the most inexpensive thing you can do is to find aluminum-free, and I say aluminum because aluminum acts as an antenna to attract more toxic, poisonous radiation to your body. But you have to find aluminum-free sodium bicarbonate. The reason I mentioned sodium bicarbonate is because one of the major functions of the stomach is to produce sodium bicarbonate to manage and maintain the alkaline design of the body. So sodium bicarbonate to neutralize the hydrochloric acid in the stomach, is something that can be done, but that excess alkalinity can be taken up into the blood and into the interstitial fluids, which helps to maintain the alkaline design of the fluids within there. And any excess, of course, is deposited out through via the lymphatic system, and then of course you urinate it. This is the fastest way to increase the pH of the body fluids, is by taking 1 5-gram scoop of sodium bicarbonate, putting it in distilled water or deionized water or purified water, and then you drink that, and you could drink it first thing in the morning, and you can drink it last thing at night, or any time that the pH drops below 7.2 if you're using pH hydrant paper and you're trying to manage the alkaline design of the internal fluids. This is the easiest way. So yes, most people have baking soda in their kitchens. The reverse or antithesis to this that does just the opposite, which will increase your pain, is the ingestion of vinegar or acetaldehyde. These acids bring the pH down and make you more susceptible to membrane damage and genetic mutations and an increase of acidosis. This is the major cause of lung disease, which is decompensated acidosis in the interstitial fluids of the lung, which is a paper that I just published the part of January, because most people have never heard of the disease interstitial lung disease. But the interstitial fluid is the fluid that surrounds all the lung cells. So this drops in a case of any type of respiratory disease. The treatment for that is simply to start taking sodium bicarbonate for those who have access to that. If you don't have access to it, there's ways to obtain it at a grocery store or at a health food store, but you have to make sure that it's aluminum free.
That's a great answer, Doc Young. Baking soda definitely is something that most people already have in their kitchen, so that's a great response. What about other foods? Like, because I know garlic is a great anti-inflammatory, isn't it, Doc?
Well, Allison, any type of antioxidant, anti means against oxidants, and oxidants are acids. So any antioxidant is a compound that's against acidosis or decompensated acidosis, which is the expression of all sickness and disease. If you have any inflammation of your body, if you have any soreness in the throat, you can use a precursor to building more sodium bicarbonate. Of course, that's a whole salt. Iodine was mentioned, which is very, very powerful as an antioxidant. And of course, in any type of cellular breakdown or infectious condition, that affects all of our glands, particularly the thyroid, taking iodine, potassium iodine and potassium iodide of approximately 125 milligrams per day, 65 milligram doses at least twice a day of those two ingredients can protect the thyroid gland. And of course, the thyroid gland is responsible for managing your energy levels. So if you feel tired or fatigued, here again, it also prevents any cystitis or cysts in particularly for women in the breast. It's just wonderful. And if you're dealing with any radiation, if you're using your cell phone a lot, if you're exposed to any 5G repeaters or towers, and they're putting those up every 500 feet, you're being exposed between 60 gigahertz and 300 gigahertz of V frequency. V stands for virus. It was named by Bill Gates. But V frequency or vector frequency that's oscillating, these oscillations are damaging to the cell. We're seeing this under not only phase contrast and bright field, under phase contrast and dark field microscopy, but also under electron microscopy. We're seeing some of the breakdowns of these cells that's due to the environment and radioactive poisoning, which I attribute more to the condition of the symptoms of the dry throat, which is different than flu or the common seasonal flu. Usually there's more mucus involved. When you have radioactive poisoning, you have the dry throat. And the reason for the respiratory disease is because when you're in a state of acidosis and you don't have enough alkaline buffers in the blood, what happens is it coagulates. It's called disseminated intravascular coagulation. It becomes thick and it can't move into the capillaries in order to pick up oxygen, because red blood cells that pick up oxygen in the lung have to go into the lung single file. They can't go in groups. So if you're exposed to radiation, that causes a electromagnetic switch, because the surface charge of the cells is negative. The inner part of the cell is positive. But what happens when you're exposed to radiation, it actually flips. So the surface charge becomes positive, which causes this agglutination, this aggregation, or symplastism is called, which then cause respiratory disorders, which also causes the breakdown of the cells, which pollutes the interstitial fluids. So it's a chain reaction that leads to this respiratory disorder. This is what I wrote about in my paper. The dryness here again is the lack of hydration, and the lack of hydration, the lack of flow of fluids. So circulation becomes critically important. You got to circulate to percolate, and you've got to percolate to respirate. And you've got, these things have to move, fluids have to move. And the way to test that, of course, as I've mentioned, is to test your urine. But if you have the dry throat, it's more likely not from COVID-19, it's probably from radiation poisoning. So I suggest, smart meters need to be changed back to the analog meters because they put out a tremendous amount of milligauss energy that's highly disturbing to the cell. Also, you should turn your cell phones off at night. You should turn the Wi-Fi off. You should watch the amount of time that you're on the computer because you are picking up radiation there. Hair dryers should be totally eliminated because of the milligauss magnetic field that's being presented there is highly damaging to the cells. There's so many things you can do to protect yourself, but just make sure if you do have a cell phone, never put it to your ear, never put it on your body. And if you're near a tower, 4G, 5G tower, you're probably going to have to look at some way to protect yourself. And there are ways to do that through sympathetic resonant technology to actually protect the internal environment of the body, whether it's coming from the outside to the inside world, which would be infection, or what I would say in this case, COVID-19 is an outfection. I'm suggesting that this condition is not viral. It's actually a breakdown in the fluids of the body, which is coming. Yes, some of it's coming from V frequency, but some of it's also coming from what you eat and also what you drink. So there's an association between lots of meat eating and, of course, this type of infection, and also alcohol. So you just cut back on these things. These are some of the suggestions that I make.
That was really great, Doc Young, and we will definitely get to, as Doc Cottrell calls, 7E in a few minutes here. But I just looking at the comments, people were asking about anti-inflammatory drugs. What is your view on those?
Well, anti-inflammatory drugs, there are natural forms. One of two of the most important ones that are anti-inflammatory, of course, I mentioned sodium bicarbonate, which carries extra electrons to neutralize the acids, which are, of course, these are protons or hydrogen ions. The white blood cells actually secrete hydroxyl ions. So when you're drinking alkaline water, what you're doing is you're increasing the hydroxyl ions in the water. So any water that you drink should be filtered, but also should carry an electrical charge of about -250 millivolts or up. It should be donating hydroxyl ions, and that's OH, carry OH minus. It's not H positive, it's H minus, so it can actually contribute and donate. So all of the foods, all the fluids you eat have to be electron donors, not scavenging electrons. So antioxidants are against hydrogen ions, against protons, against acids. And antioxidants, here again, are those that can contribute extra electrons. One of the best is I wrote a paper on this at Stanford. The Stanford colleague and I, we were researching a compound called chlorine dioxide, or ClO2. Chlorine dioxide dissociates in water and releases 2 atoms of atomic oxygen. That's O minus. That's reduced oxygen. Okay, so we're not talking about getting more oxygen in the lungs. If you need to respirate, you need more atomic oxygen, because atomic oxygen is the correct form as a very powerful antioxidant to neutralize the acids that are causing the restrictions or the symplastism in the blood. So it's very simple to take. All you do is take purified or distilled water and take 10 drops of chlorine dioxide, or ClO2, put that in the water. That raises the pH up to about a 10 pH, but it increases the saturation of hydroxyl ions significantly, and therefore now you're supporting the immune system, you're supporting white blood cells, particularly the lymphocytes, who are releasing these extra electrons to neutralize these acids that are building up, either from what's coming from the outside or what's coming from the inside as cells are breaking down, to manage and maintain that delicate pH balance. So probably the most important thing besides the salt in the form of sodium bicarbonate or potassium bicarbonate as antioxidant would be electron-rich saturated hydroxyl ion water. In addition, a couple of other things that can be nebulized. I don't recommend ventilators. It puts too much pressure on the lung, and of course that causes lung damage. So you're trying to get oxygen by pushing it in. This is not the way to do it. The way to do it is to get a nebulizer, put 5 mLs of N-acetylcysteine, which is an amino, with glutathione. These are very powerful. To glutathione, 5 mLs, N-acetylcysteine. These are non-legend drugs. They need to be water-based, and I've developed these two over many years ago, and I provided those. You put those into the nebulizer, and you start breathing this in a mist, and all of a sudden what happens is everything starts relaxing. And the reason it's relaxing and things start flowing is because now you're putting something in there that is a very powerful antioxidant in a form that immediately goes into the interstitial fluids. That's where it needs to be. Well, you can inject that, but that's too invasive. This is a non-invasive way to get a powerful antioxidant into the interstitial fluids of the lung to begin, so people can immediately start breathing without slamming O2 into the lung and causing lung damage.
Is the microphone working? Can I?
Yeah, Doc McCairn, please jump in. Go ahead.
Yeah, because there was a lot of stuff to sort of unpack there. So I want to wind it back a bit, because I think there are a bunch of issues, particularly in the way I've seen the sort of public conversation with my streams and the way the information flow is going. And I would say that there's a lot of hysteria about 5G. I'm not saying it's not harmful, okay, but we need to, at this stage, be I would argue a little more conservative about the properties of the virus and how it relates to physiology that we can pin down. And I guess with the name pH Forever Young, I say I don't. Sorry, I haven't spoke to you in detail before we got started, but I see a lot of what looks like injunctions to, not injunctions, but advice to sort of tip the body one way or the other with respect to pH, chemistry, all these types of things. And I would at this stage just say we need to have a better understanding of what this agent is, okay, and specifically the virus before even going on anything to do with respect to advice. That is what I would expect from my clinicians. And what I would do, as we have some expertise around the table, is try to address a couple of things that I think are damaging to the scientific cause and the medical cause right now, particularly as the US begins to take the brunt, or not the brunt, but starts its climb up the exponential of the infectious curve. Okay, so the fact that people are setting 5G cell phones on fire, the fact that YouTube is nuking any conversation with respect to 5G, okay, doesn't mean that 5G is a causal agent, right? I think we have a good idea as to what the causal agent is, and I would begin to start getting down to what the what people are thinking about that thing itself. So what's its provenance? And we started to go over that a little last week, okay? Dr. Couey has done a good job of saying or putting forward evidence that the technologies available to scientists in the public domain are enough to say, well, there's probably something that we should pay attention to with the virus, meaning is it a lab-based agent, meaning a research agent? Okay, so I'm just gonna add a couple of caveats here. So one, I think by continuing to talk about 5G and modulating body responses outside of a clinical study right now and outside a sort of controlled environment is going to add to the hysteria. So we had a lot of conversation last week about how to couch this subject to the public, okay, without sort of raising alarm. And I do think that a lot of that panic that can come from, especially in the United States, is the fear that they're missing out, where you start seeing things like panic buying. So, you know, the most comical aspect being the toilet paper. But the things where you're going to try to suggest different types of therapies. And like I say, on my channel, I've gone a long way to say, I'm not doing that. What we should be doing right now is more understanding at the scientific level the virus. Okay, so I think let's start pooling information with respect to how come it's starting to get, or it's emerging with the properties it has. And I think part of the discussion right now would be more beneficial for the people listening to sort of wind that back scientifically through the literature, so people can understand that aspect, okay, and then try to not squash, but keep the causal elements to what we really can get a hold of right now. And I'll make the presumption that, and I don't like, I'll just put this up right now. I don't like calling it COVID. I just think we should just call it SARS for right now, okay, because it's SARS as we understand it, as the novel agent that came onto the scene nearly 20 years ago. And then we should try and track through the literature where that SARS agent came from, went to, and how it's got to where we see it today. Okay, so I don't know if this was sort of brought up in the intro, so just Addy, just jump in if I'm repeating information. And I would say probably some of the most germane information right now is SARS first cases were Guangdong province, okay, where the bats are that they are using to say that there's the host species, okay, that there's some sort of jump from the bat to human beings. And we know that there's been a concerted, let's say, a loose international collaboration, okay, of this agent from China around the rest of the world, and that's to fully accredited institutions in Europe and the US. And
as Doc Couey said last week, learning about both the good and bad of the biology of this.
Yes, absolutely. And I think there's a like I say, to be jumping off into causal mechanisms that I would say right now are difficult, okay, are going to just muddy the waters even more. Okay.
Can I make a comment about that?
Sure.
Please do, Doc Young. That's why we're here.
Yeah. Well, in 2001, I was in London doing a double-blinded study with BBC with their Eddybed, and what we were doing was testing the effects of electromagnetic pollution on the biofield, of which we published. I published that with Beverly Rubin who's a professor at Berkeley University. So this is not just off the cuff stuff. Now, we have evidence that hard evidence that electromagnetic frequencies, and back then we were talking about 2G and 3G generation. So we're not dealing with the same amount of force or energy and a pulsating frequency that affects the cells. But we found in our two groups, Group A and Group B, and of course you can look that study up.
Yeah, can I just, because there's and again, this is my fault for the coming a little late to the table. I think what would be useful if we get round to the idea of electromagnetic interference, and like I say, I have a lot of experience with directly stimulating the brain to induce behaviors. Okay, and I know it's a common clinical practice to be using these types of therapies, whether it's transcutaneous direct current stimulation, deep brain stimulation. The list goes on and on of sort of doing stuff to the body with electromagnetic radiation. I don't want to sort of belittle your studies or anything right now. Jonathan wants to put his.
I want to give Dr. Young a chance to keep talking, and I just want to prompt you to sort of address the maybe. Yeah, I'm not. I'm not suggesting extra talking points. I'm going to give you extra talking points. You're going to have lots of time. Okay, I just want you to make sure that you address the idea that there's a lot of data from transcranial magnetic stimulation about sort of the general, let's say, power of the magnetic energy that's necessary in order to affect neuronal networks. And so if you can speak to how that power is generated from in a 5G network, because I'm just not familiar with it, and how that power can be, it must be kind of equivalent to transcranial stimulation in power. Otherwise, you wouldn't get the effects, because transcranial stimulation is already quite weak unless they use really high powered magnets. But I want you to talk, because I'm not an expert on it at all.
Well, I will speak to RTMS, right? And all these kinds of events where they're using repetitive transcranial magnetic stimulation. Okay, and yeah, they are very high Gauss, okay, to induce responses, and so they will do it. And often what that will do, if you want to get a response, it's a response, because you'll sort of get a muscle movement, or you'll get a sort of numbing effect, if you like, because you can't receive signals back up, because you've depolarized the network. Okay, now this requires a very sort of specific setup. It requires coils being placed very close to the skull, and there are sort of people claiming that they can target their RTMS into sort of deeper structures and more focal areas. Okay, RTMS, although there's some clinical use, it's been touted for everything and anything, from Parkinson's disease to Alzheimer's to ADHD to depression. Okay, and a lot of these studies are not passing muster, and they're not being done. I want to see them being done in animals, and I've done RTMS directly in the brain, recording the cortex and recording deeper structures. Okay, it's virtually impossible to get the RTMS anywhere down deep enough for it to record a significant response to the deeper structures, so the forebrain basal ganglia and the midbrain. Yes, we recognize that there's some responses on the cortex, but even then the responses are not sustained, right? So if you get a depression patient, right, and this is where you have to get into the meat of the problem. Okay, so you take a depression patient and you're bringing them in for what they think is a super advanced technique to treat their disorder, and you place these coils over their skull, and you cannot blind an RTMS study, right? Because one, you'll hear the clunk of the electromagnetic pulse being delivered, right? And there's the brain, you sensorily feel it. It's the same, and it's the same with deep brain stimulation, right? You have to be able to. A lot of patients can sort of sense when the stimulator is on, because there's a sensory component to it. But I would add, DBS does have very sort of immediate effects, particularly with like Parkinson's, tremor, and rigidity. So there are things that we can measure in blinded studies, not even blinded studies, animal studies, which are the gold standard. Okay, and we need to we need to sort of keep these things in mind when trying to engage with speculation with something like the SARS version 2, right? And like I said, I don't want to railroad the conversation, but what I want to do is I want to sort of build on the foundation that we had from last week, okay, which was let's get this agent under control, not under control, but under the microscope, respectively, with trying to understand it, and let's sort of unravel the picture back before even beginning to get close to saying what you should and shouldn't be doing with your body. Okay, because I'm not comfortable right now with saying that patients need to do X, Y, and Z to help themselves. Okay, because there's data coming out that I'll try and be concise about it. Okay, so let's look at the providence with Guangdong and SARS. Let's look at the data which has been published, which seems to suggest that the oxygen carrying capacity of patients is seems to be diminished, while in many cases there's very little damage to the lung, and the intubation may be causing more problems than not. And the third point, I will sorry, I was just looking something at the corner of my eye and it's made me skip. But I want to sort of let's get to those first two things right now, because I think that's more useful to the public, right? Because if you in research and medical environments, you always want to be careful of the snake oil salesman, right? They roll up in their bandwagon, and the sort of classic example
What's
is
going on right now? What's going on right now? You got people. There's like a religious guy selling, like, I don't even know what it was, but it was something. And apparently you take it and you're, and it's like every pandemic, it seems like in history, it's just going to happen like that.
Yeah. And this, that you're going to see a lot of people, right? As this thing kicks up in the air, you're going to see a lot of people, and not just people selling snake oil, right? There's a more important issue which relates to the public right now, and that's how the institutes themselves, okay, are going to start trying to jockey for the research dollars, where we're already seeing trillions of dollars being released by the governments to try and get a handle on it, and people lining up for cures. Okay. And at the same time, so the third thing I wanted to bring in was there's a significantly growing number of people that have just got it into their heads, and you can probably put religion into that as well, who stray on the end of the spectrum to saying that viruses aren't real, right? And I was sort of I've done a few of these things with doctor, and I'll use the word doctor because we established yesterday on my stream Dr. Kaufman. Okay, maybe you should get him on here, because we're seeing a lot of muddying of the waters with what people like that are saying, where there are no such things as viruses, because viruses kind of look like endosomes and ectosomes, which are things that traffic in and out of cells. Okay. And what he's trying, and I would say that's probably one of the most dangerous things. That, along with 5G, is one of the most dangerous things that we need to address right now, because the SARS agent, right, is still not fully understood. Okay, and I'm going to bring up the Zhou Dong. Let's excuse my my Chinese, but let's start looking at who was passing this little dirty hand grenade between themselves from China and places within China, outside China, right? And that little hand grenade blew up while China was holding it, but potentially it could have blown up anywhere where they were doing these types of studies. And I think, and I want to ask Jonathan about this, because he was the Erasmus in Netherlands, as I understand it, with his with his past working experience, and they were putting up monkey studies where they've been infecting with SARS. Okay, now this to me is a big red flashing light that we need to be looking at with respect to jumping species barriers and basically in training in by using the natural process of selection within an organism that has much closer phylogenetic distance to us than a bat, right? And once they start breeding those viruses in monkeys, right, and if they have admitted to doing it in the Netherlands, I'll try and find the paper right now, but I'm not. It's not going to add much beyond that they're doing these experiments in primates. You can be bloody well damn sure that they're doing them in China in primates. And I'll add this little cherry on the top because I want to go and get a cup of tea because I literally had to roll out. I was up so late last night. I rolled out of bed onto the front line here. So I'll let the others sort of respond to that for the audience. The cherry on top being the monkey research, we have to get down and address who's been responsible on the European side, and also we have to direct the conversation to holding the Chinese accountable right now, because their behavior as a country has been not just benign or just in countries' interests. I would say it's stressed the social systems and the scientific systems to a breaking point, okay? And at breaking points, people start doing irrational things, and we need to get that under control, okay? So that means holding the proper people to account. That means in the World Health Organization and all those other institutes in the US who told you not to wear masks when you should have been wearing masks, because that's one of the best things you can do right now to protect yourself, and shelter in place while we get a grip on the SARS agent itself. So, Jonathan, I would like to just ask you to sort of build up on the provenance of this agent, and perhaps sort of come from your point of expertise and knowledge to sort of start picking apart the virus itself. And let's try to squash the no virus thing first, please.
Well, I mean, I can only squash the no virus thing from the perspective of what I've read. So it seemed like there was a possibility, at least, that Dr. Young thought that the manifestation of COVID-19 might not ultimately be completely viral. So I think we should cover that because we brought it up and then we didn't talk about it anymore. And so a lot of people are still going to be questioning it. But I think the main point that if I can just say it quickly, because you brought up that I worked in the Netherlands, I did work at that university, and the Netherlands is kind of quite a leftist country in the sense of there's quite a few people who don't approve of any type of animal research there. And so in 2011, when that group was passing avian flu through ferrets, and then that those papers were published, a lot of the quite aware Dutch populace rose up and protested that, not only with the rest of the scientific world, but just the Dutch populace in general spoke out against it. And ultimately, that guy had to stop that research. So although his lab is still working, generally speaking, he's not doing gain of function research anymore. And I think
in the Netherlands, I'll add, let's just be let's be honest as scientists with the public. He might not be doing it in the Netherlands right now, but these groups are collaborating, okay, loosely.
And by gain of function, for people who are just tuning in, what Couey means is basically modifying the virus and the genome of the virus to give it new abilities, essentially. Am I paraphrasing that right?
Let me just speak from like the least scary perspective. If you don't want to think about the worst impetuses in mankind, just think about the fact that coronaviruses in general represent the sort of most potential for a useful biological aspect of of our sort of flora that we don't really talk about a lot. I think everybody who's listening here who doesn't have a deep background in biology probably thinks that when you're not sick, you don't have very many viruses in your body, and that would be kind of a naive way to think. And so we've been thinking a long time about how we come into sort of a symbiotic relationship with the vast majority of the viruses that we interact with, and how, including the common cold and the flu and this kind of thing, as a species, we've been co-evolving for a long time. And so for me, the biology here is just simply the sort of temptation to think that if we could understand these viruses well enough, we could turn them into medical tools that we could use for vaccination, for, you know, eliminating genes or editing genes or whatever other fantasies you have.
They are doing the editing genes, Jonathan. Let's put that on the table
right
with these.
Okay, so I just don't want to myself speculate beyond what I know. I just want to say that there was a tremendous amount of money thrown at the idea of harnessing coronavirus biology for useful things, whether it's, you know, vaccines for everybody or changing genes or whatever. So my point is that they don't have a lot of ways to be creative with these things, and there's no reason to be creative with these things when there's thousands and thousands of them in nature. And so it might have just been as simple as collecting, purifying, making a whole library of them and making them somehow, juggling them around and changing them around and whatever to try and understand how they work. And one of these, you know, I like this combination and that combination, this is interesting, got out. And so that to me seems much more parsimonious at this stage than to try and explain it as some kind of biological, you know, series of unfortunate events. Now, if there's going to be some other, you know, more far out explanation in the end that the biology is more complicated than just a viral pneumonia, which I'm very open to, I'm sure it has something to do with the fact that the virus is also able to interfere with the heme group in the blood, because that's why they're also seeing the ferritin levels rise. But this is me all armchair quarterbacking. I don't like to talk about medical stuff. I just know from my reading that there's a very big disconnect between what the scientists who are on television are allowed to say, this very specific set of denials, and this huge pile of decades of research where we've been fumbling around with these things to try and figure out how they work. And so I think that disconnect is what rings the most untrue with me, and it's the reason why I became interested in it, because I really think there has to be something else going on. And what I have found, and I think Dr. Young and Dr. Cottrell and a lot of other people have spoken out about this before, is that vaccinating against these viruses has turned out to be far more complicated than it's drawn in cartoons, because antibodies can a lot of times work against us, and because these viruses have also clever mechanisms to avoid our immune system, it's a delicate balance. And if there should happen to be some, you know, I don't know, some mystery thing or gain of function here that we have to overcome, I still believe as a biologist that ultimately the best tool is going to be our own immune system. It's not going to be some pharmaceutical company solving this problem. I think if we're going to get there, maybe the magic bullet will be the best antibody that the best COVID patient produces, and then some finding a way of producing that antibody and giving it to the most, you know, patients in the most critical conditions.
Yeah, well said, Doc Couey. And I'm not a scientist, obviously. I'm not the expert here. I'm just trying to ask good questions. But it does that, I guess, thought school of thought of kind of like, well, it might be just nature. We'll have to let nature take its course. I definitely see the value in that. But Doc Cottrell has been wanting to jump in for a while here. Doc, you want to go ahead?
I'm sorry, were you talking to me?
Oh yeah, I just said Doc Cottrell, but you can go Doc Young if you want. I just said
let me bring up a couple things.
Because Paul has been waiting a second. Then you can go, Dr. Young.
Yeah.
All right. So we know that we have a buffer in our blood. So this and that can control pH. All right. And we know that there is some issues with the affinity of the oxygen to red blood cells. And that's causing a hypoxia for ARDS patients and non-ARDS patients. So, understanding the pH and the change in the pH in the blood, I think it's very important to understand the affinity of carbon dioxide and oxygen within the hemoglobin. So, that's, I think it's important to, to keep on the table that dynamic is not well understood and what exactly is happening with those red blood cells, and that type A red blood cells are heavily correlated but not causal to COVID-19 disease, as opposed to type O blood not having a strong correlation.
Right,
So
which to me,
it
sorry,
may
Paul,
be. It may be.
Sorry, I just want to say,
hold on.
keep this in mind, people. So Paul raised a good point with that. Maybe there's a correlation with the different blood types, and I just want to say, let's stick to the biochemistry right now, okay? Before we go dancing way off right into electromagnetics, okay? Because you will get a lot of pushback from me on this. Like I say, I've spent 20 years stimulating the brain, okay, and I want to make sure that the time that we're using here doesn't go too far out of whack with proper science or sciences.
What you're saying, Doc McCairn, is you want to spend our time on the most effective thinking rather than thinking that, although may be enjoyable and useful at some point, is not the highest priority right now.
In some respect, and like I said, I don't want to sort of stop Paul mid-flow, but what I wanted to do was just say, okay, that's a good way to sort of bring conversation up between different blood chemistries. Let's go down that way and think about the virus itself, because there was a study that came out this week. I'm going to have to dig down, but the modeling studies are saying it is attacking the porphyrin ring in hemoglobin, displacing the hemoglobin, and that's what's causing the hypoxia in patients. It's not the breakdown in the lungs, and that's where we should be directing our attention right now. Okay, like you can have a Gatling gun for all you want, right? And but the thing is, if you're pointing it the wrong way, okay, it's not going to help you, right? We have these weapons available to us. Okay, and we need to make sure they're going down or they're being channeled the right way. And so, Paul, please carry on with respect to the blood chemistry and but the biochemistry, what the virus is doing, rather than 5G and
So as these cytokine, as we get these increased inflammatory responses, it's changing the pH of not only the interstitial tissue, but it's changing the pH of the blood. And I think that these the hypoxia that's being reported here partially are related to a downstream effect from cytokine production. And I don't think we fully understand the change, the shape change of the hemoglobin because of this particular situation. The pH changing may create domes or flatnesses within the hemoglobin molecule that prevents the association of oxygen to actually bind. So pH is a big point. It's very possible that the red blood cell is a protein carrier, a protein that it actually binds somehow to the virus. There's a possibility there.
Yeah, when the stomach, where there's a deficiency in sodium bicarbonate production, and the blood is suffering as it's pushing off metabolic waste or dietary waste into the interstitial fluids, I believe the elephant in the room is and that can really bring this around for people to understand that's doing this research, is you have to test the biochemistry of the interstitial fluids and compare that against the body, against the intracellular fluids, because the blood is always going to try to maintain its delicate pH and its delicate biochemistry. That becomes compromised when the interstitial fluids can't relieve itself by pushing it out, through the lymphatic system, out through the pores of the skin, or out through urination. And if from our perspective, see, we're measuring both sides of all the extracellular fluids. Hemoglobin, when there's a deficiency in salt, when there's a deficiency in the stomach, and it's the cover cells are not producing a sufficient amount of sodium bicarbonate that's being pulled in to maintain the integrity of the intravascular system, then hemoglobin becomes the buffer. Now, whether the virus is actually contributing more to that, or whatever contributing factor, I don't think it's one thing. I think it's a multiplicity of things, of not just dietary, not just environmental, not just metabolic, but it's a combination of all of these factors that's compromising. And what we end up with is the corona effect. The corona effect is the deterioration of the membrane, which is an aging process of the erythrocyte that gives rise to this knobbing or the spicules that are coming off the membrane of the red blood cell as the body's using its own blood to manage the environment. The key is not the cell. From the research I've been doing, the key is in the environment. As we study the biochemistry of 100% of the body fluids, you'll see how difficult and how hard the interstitial fluids are working to maintain the integrity of the blood. But if lifestyle, environments, or a contributing factor of a virus is, the thought here, then we have to look at all contributing factors that are compromising the biochemistry of not just the intravascular fluids, but also the interstitial fluids of the interstitium. And the secondary or tertiary effect is because interstitial fluids flow through every organ system, every gland, and surround every cell. And, it's getting, whether in the lung or other organs, because we're seeing this, we're doing sonography, we're seeing the anatomical effects of cellular breakdown. We're doing the microscopy.
Yeah, if I just wanted to sort of interject there. Let's just stick with sort of what the fundamentals of the biology right now, when we're trying to look at large scale systems and saying, well, we're seeing cellular breakdown. Okay, my first response is, well, if the virus is becoming systemic and it's going around and it's able to hijack cells via ACE2 and potentially other mechanisms as well, and we know that viruses will begin replicating in a cell and then break down that cell because of the disturbance by excess viral particles, right? So it's viral lysis that we have to think about, rather than just looking at the pH right now. See, the job of the scientist is to get to causal mechanisms, right?
Well, so it's not just pH; it's the levels of calcium levels. For example, you could have normal calcium levels in the intravascular fluids, and yet you're in hypercalcemia as the body's wasting, calcium or magnesium to maintain alkalinity, is pulling that off into the interstitial fluids to maintain the integrity of the blood. The blood is actually, the main organ that needs to be protected here. But you're not going to get all the information if you're not testing. And we test over 150 parameters. We're not talking pH here. We're talking about pH plus another 149 parameters, which involve, exotoxins, mycotoxins, endotoxins, and other acids, from citric acid to uric acid to sulfuric acid, all of these acids that are impacting the interstitial fluids as the blood is trying to purify itself by dumping into the interstitium. And yet that is not a factor that's being studied And I believe that's the elephant in the room. If you want to see if you want to see the entire picture, you're going to have to add the other 80% of the fluids to understand what is actually going on here.
So I just a question to clarify this so that everybody listening can sort of understand where Dr. Young is coming from. Are you suggesting then, I think that the average MD sees the interstitial fluid and the sort of state of the interstitial fluid as a result of the cellular function or dysfunction, rather than what you're saying maybe is change in the interstitial fluid and that environment comes first? Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm suggesting the genesis of disease begins in the interstitial fluids. And it's like the septic tank for the blood. It's the septic tank. In other words, if the intercellular fluids metabolizing, producing acidic waste, where does that go? It goes into the into the interstitium organ, which is compartmentalized and is holding that waste until it can be eliminated.
In the model of the viral pneumonia right now, then the epithelium of the lungs gets broken down, and at some point, then the interstitial fluid is polluted with toxins and cellular components. That's what the average doctor would explain right now, or am I wrong?
No, that's the way they perceive it. I would agree with that. What I'm suggesting, it may be just the reverse of that. That you can either treat the fish or you can change the environment. I'm suggesting this is an environmental condition that's affecting the cells, which may be, as the other good doctor suggested, may be coming from the outside in a viral with SARS as a contributing factor, not the main causative factor, but a contributing factor with other factors that are compromising the interstitium organ, which is the main organ, or where the body is trying to deal with what is going on. But if you're not measuring it, then you don't have that information to literally, come back to the blood. Why is the blood, and particularly the hemoglobin, why is the hemoglobin being wasted? Why is it being used up? Why are cells membranes deteriorating from the inside out? Is that viral? Or is the blood actually donating the hemoglobin to maintain the integrity of the environment, because it cannot be maintained either because of the infection that we're talking about here, or it's not being maintained because of a high protein diet, particularly amino, which produces other acids such as sulfuric, nitric, uric acids, which actually puts a burden on the environment. And that's why, looking at that particular aspect, not just viral, but dietary, metabolic.
All right, let's just stop there, because there comes a lot of sort of injunctions to the people again about trying to change your body's pH. And yes, there are things like acidosis that do need to be considered. And look, I know for a fact from working on the clinical side that these are standard metrics that would be taken when analyzing for blood. A lot of that would have been done, particularly as they would have begun trying to classify the disease-causing agent. And it just seems to me, Dr. Young, that what you're doing is you're sort of minimizing what we understand as a causal mechanism through Koch's postulates. Well, you're just trying to say that everyone is predisposed to this agent because of their own internal chemistry, and in that respect, you're just gonna get squashed, because you're gonna get into a case of circular reasoning and logic, okay? And this is not helpful for the people.
Well, it's actually not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we have to look at other contributing factors. I'm not saying what you just got through saying that I'm saying. I'm saying your doctor, your hospital, the clinician is not measuring 80% of the chemistry of the body, the major organ of the body. And how can you eliminate 80% of the facts and just base your conclusion?
So look, if the public is listening to what you just said, they're saying, you're saying that when the patient turns up into the hospital, the clinician's sort of looking at him and just making decisions that way. Every time I've gone to a
they're
hospital,
making-
they'll take blood draws and they'll take blood chemistry, especially if you've got issues with breathing. Okay, and they want to see your blood chemistry and the acidic component or the alkaline component, because they want it, that's a measure of the hypoxia. Okay, so these things are looking out, and if I was listening to you as the general public, right, who maybe didn't have a fundamental understanding of the biology. Well, fundamental's probably not the right word, but a sort of in-depth understanding. You're going to have people rolling up at the hospitals, and I'm going to make the presumption that there is a SARS infective agent out there, okay, that's going to make people go to the hospitals. And if that agent can attack the porphyrin ring, if you want to speak about blood, because I think that's what we kind of know, and there's data towards that. Right, and it's able to knock the ion out of the corpuscle. Okay, free floating iron is highly toxic in the brain. Okay, as well as other places. We know this. A lot of sort of multi-system atrophies, Lewy body diseases are all associated with abnormal iron metabolism. Okay, and this is not something that's not looked at a clinical level across many disciplines. And literally, like I say, I'm late to the conversation with this, so you're going to have to apologize if I might seem a little brusque. But you're just saying, well, take a blood test. They can slap you on a bicarbonate drip real quick. Okay, and you're saying that's going to reverse a lot of the SARS damage. I would say that's a far-fetched hypothesis.
No.
You're on very shaky ground right now.
No. I didn't say that. You're actually coming to conclusions that I did not come to. I say you cannot do, and I didn't even say IV. I didn't even bring it up. But if you did an IV,
talking about blood pH.
Well, I'm talking about blood pH, but that's not what's critical here. What's critical is prevention, and prevention cannot be found by testing the blood. It has to be found by testing the interstitial fluids, because the biochemistry changes first there before it's reflected in the blood. That's what I'm saying. And if you can't
so that's very very loaded.
Well, what it is, it's very true. It's the elephant in the room. But since you don't study or research or test the interstitial fluids of the interstitium, how would you know that iron levels in the interstitium is different than the iron levels, or the calcium levels, or whatever element is different than in the blood? Because
while you're speaking, Dr. Young, I'm just going to do what I do in most cases, because the last few days we've been trying to pin down what we consider spurious relationships between SARS and this money tree being rapidly being grown, and everyone trying to get on board with respect to getting a bite of it, right? So I'm going to just look in PubMed, and I want to check you in real time with respect to interstitial fluids.
Okay. While you're doing that, Doc McCairn, Doc Cottrell, did you want to jump in? You look like you're about to say something, and the comment said something about.
I think it's important. I think it's important to understand that the genesis of the disease, what we call COVID-19, is a virus that is infecting tissue. That tissue is primarily the AT2 cell in the air sac, but it's not the only cell that gets infected. There are downstream effects and there are upstream effects, all right, that exacerbate COVID-19. If someone has comorbidities, if someone already has pro-inflammatory situations, then you might have a pH imbalance compared to, let's say, baseline. If that is the case and you contract COVID-19 disease, most likely you'll have an increased cytokine production, and that will lead to an exacerbation of fluid to collect in the ear sac and end up with ARDS. In some cases, we may not get the ARDS and the fluid buildup in the lungs, but have some sort of other mechanism that is leading to the hypoxia. Now, there is a theory, or let's say a hypothesis, that increased reactive oxygen species will lead to an increase in NF-kappa. And if you have a overproduction in NF-kappa, then you will lead to this hypoxia. So, and there is some correlation to electromagnetic radiation to increase NF-kappa. So it's not so cut and dry.
I agree.
You're going to have different cohorts of patients. You're going to have different cohorts of patients that have different comorbidities, different, situations. And this is part of the reason why I think hydro doesn't work for everybody. It's because it's not you can't approach this in a cookie cutter manner, because this is a very complex disease that has a lot of upstream and downstream pathways that has to be considered. This is not the simple, you have a bacterial infection, give them the antibiotics, and 7 days later, you're okay. This thing has this thing is affecting a lot of different organ systems. Early on in the disease state, we knew that there were kidney dysfunction. Well, part of the reason why there's kidney dysfunction is because you have the hypoxia. But you also can have kidney dysfunction by an overproduction of cytokines. This is what we would call sepsis. So this is, things to consider, that it's a very complex situation if you really, dive into this. That's, that's all I, have to say on that. Is just that there are upstream things that we need to consider and downstream things that we need to consider relative to when SARS-CoV-2 actually infects the ACE2 receptor or the other receptors that we've talked about last show.
Well said, Doc Paul, and Doc McCairn. Did you want to keep searching? Otherwise, I can hand it off to.
Well, like I say, the quick scan of PubMed will show that there's a lot of studies done on interstitial chemistry, especially as it relates to kidney disease. And like I say, it's not like it's not a known issue with respect to disease itself, right? If you could break down that word if you wanted to get really pedantic. But I would try to say, let's try and stick with the sort of primary assumptions that we have right now. And like I say, for Dr. Young, maybe like I say, talking about biochemistry is basically going to befuddle a lot of people. But what I would suggest is, you seem to have a premise that the SARS is not an external agent. My sort of saying is, you're saying it's endogenous, and and the interstitial fluid is causing that. Well, I would say, please wind that back first and tell us how suddenly you've got what appears to be an external pathogen. Okay, so maybe initially it was a zoonotic disease. I'm tending towards some degree of manipulation at an early level, especially looking at the provenance of it. Okay, and let's get on the table your view that, as I kind of understood it, you're saying that there isn't a virus here to deal with, and this type of thinking is a massive problem right now on the internet. And like I say, I've just been taking apart Andrew Kaufman, okay, and you can dive into his history. He's used skeptical. He's basically lying to an audience with respect to his science and misleading people.
Let's try to get him on next week.
Yeah, let's bring him on, right? Because the man is being dishonest about his credentials,
As long as we can be civilized.
Yeah, look, I'll be as civilized as necessary, and thank you.
I
tongue-in-cheek, by
promise
the
to
way.
be civilized. I promise to be civilized.
But it seems to me, Dr. Young, that you would potentially be advising people on that there could be it could be an endogenous phenomenon, SARS, and I'd like you to defend that thesis.
No, I said it was multifaceted. It can be environmental, so it can come from the outside world in, or it can be endogenous. So
SARS is endogenous. How?
I did not suggest, nor have I ever said that SARS was either non-environmental or endogenously created. What we do is we evaluate that environment, both non-evasively. We have a non-evasive technique for testing over 170 parameters of the blood. So we test the intravascular fluids. We then test the intracellular fluids.
How? What's the method, please?
We're using electrodes that we place on specific areas of the body, the forehead, the palms, and the hand, and we run on the major arteries of the blood. Dr. Galina Magalko, who's my.
Could you place a link, and can we have a look at the data that comes from that, please?
Yeah, if anybody wants to share a link, just send it in our private chat, and I can pull it up on the screen right away.
You're talking about, the types of tests that we do to validate or verify what is happening in 100% of the extracellular fluids. So we don't do a blood draw. We actually do all of our testing non-evasively, non-radioactive.
Wait, Dr. Young, I'm gonna boil it down to a very simple level because I'm from Michigan. All right.
All right.
Even though I live in Lower Manhattan. All right. I'm gonna boil it down to a very simple level. Do you or do you not think that SARS-CoV-2 is exogenous?
Exogenous? I believe in the germs of the air. It can come from other degenerative situations, just like coccidiomycosis, which is a condition of the lungs due to an environmental condition.
You got to remember. When this is replayed on my channel, there's going to be tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of people watching this. So I want you to be very clear to an audience that does not have a PhD.
Layman.
Do you think that SARS-CoV-2 is from the environment and that we breathe it in or get poked, into our bloodstream, and that's how we contract SARS-CoV-2?
Well, this is what I do believe. The germs of the air can contribute to an already imbalance within our bodies, but cannot cause any specific disease.
All right. So you're saying that this is important. This is important to parse out. So SARS-CoV-2 is the virus, and COVID-19 is the disease. So it's very possible that you don't have a clinical presentation. It's very possible that you don't have a clinical presentation of COVID-19, but you could inhale or ingest SARS-CoV-2. Now, I don't think anyone on the panel disagrees that if you have a proper immune system, if you have a strong immune system, and you have a low viral load of SARS-CoV-2, then most likely you will not contract the disease, at least from a clinical presenting presenting case. All right, that you'll probably just pass the virus pretty quickly. But if you have a large enough load, even if you have a strong immune system, you will contract COVID-19. Now, if you have a immune system that is weakened for whatever reason, autoimmune, comorbidity issue, or whatever, most likely you will contract COVID-19 much easier. I think that is what you're saying. Is that correct or incorrect?
here again, what I'm saying is it's an environmental condition. Environments from external sources can contribute to complicating that problem. And if we have a suppressed immune system, and when I say immunity, I defined it differently than most people. I define immunity as the main factor in managing and maintaining the delicate pH balance of the interstitial fluids and the blood. That when you do that,
can I just ask a question here, because I want to sort of get it down to the nuts and bolts of it. Are you an advocate of germ theory or the terrain theory?
The terrain theory.
Okay, so I think we're just going to have to take off and nuke you from orbit. Sorry, you're on very shaky ground.
Well, I mean, I'm not a proponent. I'm not a proponent of thinking that viruses don't exist. I mean, viruses do exist. I mean, that's a fact. Viruses exist, and they can be sequenced.
What you're saying is,
and they can be seen with an electron microscope.
What you're seeing are bacterial phases.
With an electron microscope.
No, you're not seeing a virus. Virus has never been validated using Koch's postulates.
I use them in the lab. I use them in the lab to create
postulates have been
DNA libraries. So anyone that says that viruses don't exist don't believe in molecular biology. Molecular biology and biotech all comes from the idea of viruses and utilizing viruses and packaging viruses and infecting cells.
Yeah.
Well, so people that don't believe in have you ever done molecular biology? I'm assuming you have.
Yes.
Because if you have, then you've worked with then you've worked with phages, and phages are viruses. So how can you say that viruses don't exist if you've worked with them?
No, bacterial phages do exist. The isolation of the virus has not been done. HIV, Luc Montagnier, Peter Duisberg, inventing the AIDS virus. I mean, he brings this stuff up.
I'm sorry, but that type of science, right now is not helpful. And I'll just cut to the chase real quick. That's what's a potentially a sort of just to say accidental biowarfare footing. Okay, that's we're looking at right now, and arguing about the subtleties of terrain theory versus germ theory and the ins and outs of Koch's postulates, as you want to do with respect to virus, is not the discussion we need to be having, and not the discussion you need to be telling to hundreds of thousands of people that they need to be spooning bicarbonate into their water to protect them from a biowarfare agent. And I'm being somewhat melodramatic with the language, but
you're extending my words. You're extending my word and my meaning. What I said was sodium bicarbonate was managing the delicate pH balance of the fluids, has shown efficacy. It does change the biochemistry of the interstitial fluids and also the blood.
And it's effective in SARS.
So we were just talking about reducing inflammation, but I guess I just want to triple check this. You don't believe that viruses exist, Dr. Young?
No, I accept the fact that cellular breakdown gives rise to bacterial phages. What's causing that is a terrain condition. It's an environmental condition. So the question comes down is what is the contributing factors that are causing the deterioration of the membrane and the genetic mutation?
Okay.
Is it coming from the inside out or the outside in? But I'm also recognizing the fact that the germs of the air can be contributing factors.
What germs? What germs?
Whatever germ. If you're talking viruses? About SARS-2, viruses or whatever you want to call them, okay? Carbon monoxide is a contributing factor. You know, whatever the environment, whatever you're breathing in can be contributing factors and can cause imbalances within these fluids of which we're measuring.
These things are incidental to the public at large because so many people have different environments. Whether you're a rig welder and breathing in welding gases, okay, or someone that has to work in industrial city of China, or someone that herds goats in the mountains of in the Alps of Europe, all of these people, I would put the argument to you, will be subject to Koch's postulates that we can transfect through the filters, however you want to set it up, and we will transfect them, and they will get the infection to some degree, especially if we do it properly. Come to my lab, I'll transfect you, and I'll guarantee you'll get an infection. Okay, and I'm
happy to do that experiment when I'm in London.
To IV inject yourself with a known titer of a virus to see if it. Great.
Absolutely.
Which rabies strain would you like? I can arrange that for you.
Yeah. Well, we can talk about that off camera here.
No. You're bringing it up, and apparently.
No. Wait a minute. You're bringing it up. I'm not bringing it up. Don't put words in my mouth. I'm not.
Well, you're the one that's saying that SARS can be endogenous, right? I want to get to the.
Hey, wait, JJ,
Exactly.
you go here, JJ.
Yeah.
I only wanted to just try to keep discussing without getting angry. So there's a question I had, because I'm learning all this stuff over the last few months. I'm a neurobiologist and systems biologist and all kinds of other biologists, but not a viral biologist. So a bacteriophage is a DNA virus then? Like it's a plasmid carrying bacteria? What's a bacteriophage in your, Dr. Young? I'm asking you to define it just so I understand, because I have all these ideas in my head about what viruses are, but I want to understand where you're coming from with regard to, you say that they can produce bacteriophages. What is that then? Like, is it waste material? It's like packaged plasmid DNA, or what is that?
I mean, it contains fluids within it, yes, and the biochemistry of that needs to be measured. And I know they're doing that genetically. We're not doing that. We're just looking at the interstitial fluids and testing those against the intravascular fluids, and then we're looking at in relationship to kidney disease and also lung disease. There's your description right there.
A bacteriophage is just a virus that attacks bacteria. That's what I thought it was, but I just wanted to make sure that we were on the same page here. So a bacteriophage is just another part of this whole biological picture, but I just want to point out a few very basic recent discoveries. For example, there are a whole host of endogenous viruses that are responsible for the genetic exchange that occurs during the generation of gametes during meiosis. So we use endogenous viruses to generate the DNA that we then use for reproduction. The gene ARC, which is expressed during plasticity in the brain, has turned out to be a virus like plasmid, in the sense that it creates a protein coat and it carries an mRNA from one neuron to another. So if you're just trying to kind of semantically dodge the idea that there is a singular biological entity which we could agree to call a SARS virus, I don't really see what you have to gain from it. But if you really don't believe that there is a singular biological entity called the SARS virus, then I don't know how we can really have a discussion with the three of us without constantly arguing about that.
Well, I don't think we need to argue about it. I mean, what's the point?
Well,
okay, but then we agree that we disagree on that. Then that's the idea here.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Paul.
I know for a fact, because I've done it in the lab, that you can use viruses to infect either bacteria or human cells, and we do it in the lab all the time.
I use promoters to target very specific neurons in the brain every day, all the time too, using many different viruses, lentiviruses and adenoviruses. So I'm 100% on you. I'm 100% with you. I just wanted to hear where Dr. Young was.
Yeah, I'm not a scientist, but I learned this in microbio in high school. And I guess just kind of repeating what JJ said, if we're disagreeing on something this fundamental, I'm not sure.
I just what
Go ahead,
Addy. I mean, what is at stake here is science, right? The big umbrella is the science and the scientific discovery here, and viruses have RNA or DNA packaging, and and they can be manipulated to infect cells or bacteria. All right, the bacteriophage infects the bacteria, but you can use retroviruses. We use retroviruses all the time to infect animal cells, in the lab to do certain things, to create knockouts and stuff like that. So or infect germlines. So this is not something the debate that if viruses exist or isn't, that they don't exist, and there's some sort of exosome that's of cellular junk because of some sort of external response. That's hogwash. There are exosomes that do respond to to exogenous negative some negative environmental feedback.
Yeah, and I think you've mentioned
exosomes are important for detoxification, but exosomes are not viruses. And this is where people are starting to the people that haven't done any molecular biology, that's listening to channels like this and others, they're starting to get the opinion from Dr. Kaufman that viruses don't exist. And that is totally wrong. Viruses do exist. And that is important to stand up and say, you know what? People, not only does it exist, it's not an opinion, but people use them on a daily basis to do scientific research. And that if it was just junk from an exosome, then it would be random. And that whenever you were doing a sequence, you wouldn't get the repeatability of the genome for that sequence. So it's total bogus. There are exosomes that are important in physiology for many different reasons. For cellular communication, the exosomes used for cellular communication. Exosomes are for detoxification also. When a virus is packaged in a Golgi vesicle, it could be packaged in a small content or in a large vesicle. And if you have a large Golgi vesicle, then you'll have more viral product. But if you have a very small Golgi vesicle, you can have one viral product within that Golgi vesicle. And this is where all these crazy theories comes from, was when they're seeing that Golgi vesicle move towards the surface of the cell that has one viral product, then what they're saying is that the exosome is the virus, or the virus is the exosome, and that viruses don't exist. And this is where Kaufman, goes wrong, and not explain that there are variability within the Golgi vesicle sizes, and there are multiple things that are in the Golgi vesicle.
Okay, so what's triggering the cell? What is triggering in the creation of this? Is it environmental sensitive? What are the contributing factors to create let's see, an increase in titers of what you're talking about, and in this case, increase in titers of HIV, for example. I mean, is it environmental sensitive? You mentioned that pH had we know
that viral product can increase by environmental factors. We know that. I mean, that's just the packaging. But that doesn't mean that viruses don't exist. We're just saying that
whatever-
viral load could increase. Viral load, look, you can have more. You can have a virus that starts to multiply in the cytoplasm more, and the Golgi apparatus starts to create more of these vesicles under stressful conditions.
Yeah,
That totally makes sense to me.
That's pH sensitive. That's all I'm saying. And that we're testing the interstitial fluid and the effects of, in any of these cases, people are in a state of decompensated acidosis. The pH has dropped below 7.3. And in some cases, down to 7.2.
It doesn't surprise me that if a different pH in the interstitial tissue signals the cell to start exocytosing. That doesn't prove that viruses don't exist. It just says that the cell is in communication with its environment.
My research isn't to prove or disprove the existence of a specific virus if it has been isolated or not isolated. My research is focused on how the environment affects the cell in its organization or disorganization, whether it's in a healthy state or whether it's crenating and giving birth to a coronal effect.
Well, we understand that, Dr. Young, and we're not arguing. Let me go, Paul. We're not going against what you're saying in terms of the environment, and we do think that it affects whether or not people contract. But I just want to I guess quadruple check. You're saying you don't believe viruses exist, correct?
If you're calling bacterial phages the virus, then whatever. We're talking nomenclature here. I mean, here again, I know these things exist. I mean, do we have a big enough microscope to even see some of the things that even precede, what Béchamp referred to as the microzyma? I don't think so. But yes, you can view these under a under the microscope.
So now you do believe them?
It doesn't matter whether I believe. What I believe is
I think it does matter, because you have a PhD and this is pretty basic. I mean, middle schoolers learn this. I think it's pretty important to know.
We can see them under electron microscope.
Yeah, my PhD is not in virology. Okay.
I don't have a PhD in math, but I know that 2 + 2 = 4.
Okay. Well, here again.
So what's your PhD in?
I'm really not.
What's your PhD in?
Let me say it this way. I'm suggesting that the things that you're describing are symptoms of cellular that are symptoms of cellular breakdown due to the biochemistry of the fluids. So whether it's in the interstitial fluids or if it's in the intravascular fluids, and those are the fluids that we're testing. And those are the things that we're researching.
You haven't clarified.
So I have a counterpoint, and then you can go on. So our counterpoint would be that there is cellular disruption from the presence of and the action of a virus, and that the change in the interstitial fluid results from the cascade of events that starts primarily from a viral action. If we're going backwards and forwards about which comes first, the chicken or the egg, I think the vast majority of medical science, which doesn't include me because I'm not a doctor, I don't think anybody agrees that the interstitial fluid changes first and then the cells respond. I think, as you said, it's kind of a junkyard for the body. It's where the waste products of the cells go. I understand that there's going to be a correlational change in the interstitial fluid in response to a disease state, but that's correlation, and probably in time, one precedes the other. And I think that general consensus in the medical community is that the viral infection precedes the change in whatever interstitial fluid measurements you might measure. And so unless you have like some kind of, I don't know what the medical proof would be to show that.
Well, I think we're at the beginning of this. We're not, I mean, this is, as far as
we're not, because we've seen this many, many times with many other viruses. This one just happens to be a lot nastier. So the biological rules haven't changed, except that they stay consistent for us. I don't know.
Well,
And
for testing the
sorry, Dr. Young, please. I don't mean.
Yeah.
And I'll be brief. Within weeks of the pandemic being announced and SARS being identified as a causal agent, there were identified viral particles. You can see them under the electron microscope, and it's already peer reviewed and published. Okay, so the fact that they're able to get that virus, sequence it, and then compare it to a whole library of other viruses and say this agent has passed Koch's postulates, okay, and we understand it as a disease-causing mechanism. And these are very sort of fundamental. I mean, you're almost straying into a type of biological metaphysics, and I don't have a problem with that generally, but I think there's a sort of pressing concern with the public, and that's how I got into this discussion, which is how does SARS affect not only the body but the brain? And JAMA Neurology came out with a paper yesterday showing that SARS does hit the brain. Okay, and my contention would be right now, because I think this is probably one of the most important aspects, because it's been such big news this week, that the hydroxychloroquine and the Z-Pak is the way to treat this disorder. And essentially what these people are saying is, we'll do it, you're going to do it prophylactically. SARS is such a nasty thing that's got emerged in the environment, let's put it that way. And hydroxychloroquine is being touted as a cure-all. So everyone on the world is going to be put on anti-malarial drugs, not just because of parasites, but because now we're worried about SARS. And I think if we're getting into the weeds with respect to causal agents in the body, this is well, it becomes a rabbit hole when we need to address the questions of the week. And but it seems to me what you're saying we should be doing once we've got this fire under control. Okay, I want to address things like the hydrochloroquine, the effects on the brain, and it seems to me that we're getting dragged into these discussions around terrain theory. And like I say, we're going to sit and hammer you all day with respect to your.
Let's give Dr. Young just the stage, and then he can give his final spiel. I will put all of Dr. Young's links in the description below, including his website. And I don't know if you have social media links, Dr. Young, but I will add those as well.
Yeah, the website is drrobertyoung.com. This is not my website, but for people that are interested in the paper that I wrote on chlorine dioxide as a possible treatment, non-invasive treatment, non-lethal treatment for providing atomic oxygen for helping in this respiratory situation, particularly with COVID-19. This can be possibly, I say possibly because I haven't, here again, we're in the preliminary stages. I've tested it against a lot of other conditions like flus, the conventional flu or normal flu symptomologies, pneumonia, HIV, what have you, and it's been very, very effective with other viruses, okay? So you can look at that particular paper that I wrote on chlorine dioxide and see the efficacy with other viruses related to that, including other microorganisms, bacteria, and yeast like Candida.
Could we, I just press you, Doctor, could you please put two links I would like. One to the paper that you're discussing, and the second one is I'd like to see an example of the methodology that you're using to define blood pH and other signaling. So
If you send them to me, Doc, I can put them in the description box if you email them to me.
Yeah, that's that I would be happy to provide that for you if I can get your email address.
Just send it to Addy. Just send it to Addy right now, and
I can hook you guys up.
Yeah, if you can, we can hook, and I would like to share that with you because I think it's an important piece of the puzzle, whether it fits into your basic thinking. And I think additional information on these particular fluids as you're doing your research could be very, very helpful, since interstitial fluid flows through every organ and organ system. As far as the product that I was talking about, which is not my website, but where the booklet, which contains the research, it's at phmiracleproducts.com. And you want to go up to the top and hit books or literature. And I have a booklet on this subject, which I took from the actual paper that was published. But I'm happy to provide you with the original paper on that research using chlorine dioxide as a possible, I say possible with emphasis on this, a possible treatment other than hydroxychloroquine. And the reason for that is when we're dealing, here again, the logic is dealing with a respiratory condition associated with coronavirus, where respiration is a problem. Here again, this could be a healthy solution now for this particular problem that has shown no known side effects over the last 30 years that I've been working with this particular compound.
Well, thank you, Robert Young. We will do that. That's Dr. Robert Young, PhD of PH Forever Young. And as I stated before, I will be adding all of his links in the description box below if you guys want to check them out. Dr. Young, thank you so much for taking time out of your schedule to chat with us this evening.
Just one last thing. I want to thank everybody that made comments. I appreciate your positions. I would say probably 95 to 98% of everything you said, I agree with. I mean, I not to sparse words over the other 1 to 2%. Here again, the research that I'm engaged in is the chemistry of these two specific fluids that make up the extracellular fluids and the relationship of to disease. And particularly, I'm very interested with coronavirus and doing more work in that area to see what the effects are to the interstitial fluids and the environment as it may affect the cells, creating what we all know is the corona effect. Other than that, thank you for having me on your show, and appreciate the opportunity to share with you all.
Definitely.
Thank you, Dr.
Cheers.
Young.
Have a good night.
Yeah, cheers.
So I'm just going to jump in there.
That was interesting.
Holy shit.
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I feel like I could read them pretty easily. Like, man, that was really testing my patience.
At first, some of the things he was saying made some sense in terms of exacerbating COVID-19.
Yeah, definitely. And his anti-inflammatory
of SARS-CoV-2
to me.
Right. But here's the problem: is that we are starting to see in the research community, as Dr. McCairn said very eloquently, that there are these anti-germ theorists out there that need to be called off because they're going to actually spread the disease. Because people are going to say viruses don't exist, and that all and that all I got to do is just have a really good immune system, and it won't catch it. That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is you have to boost your immune system so you can fight the disease when you do get it. This is going to misinform the public big time. And I don't know, it's strange that the last 2 weeks on YouTube, there's been a concerted effort to try to debunk germ theory for some reason. And I don't know why. And maybe Dr. Couey has a perspective on this because, him and I, both believe what happened.
And let's hear from Doc Couey.
The orchestration of it. But there's some weird thing going on with this anti-germ theory stuff.
Yeah.
I don't get it. Why there's big.
We all definitely more to say on what just happened, but I just want to say to the people in the comments, I'm literally talking to like 2 people. If you don't want to hear me talk, then just leave my channel. I understand I'm not the expert here, but I'm trying to bring people together and ask good
I'll
questions.
second that then.
So if you don't want to hear me talk, just leave, please. That being said, I do want to hear what Doc Couey has to say on what just happened, because I could tell you're biting your tongue.
Well, no, I tried to let him speak for himself. It's tough with that kind of thing because there's nowhere really to start because there's so little common ground.
Yeah, we should have started at the beginning and asked what a virus is, and we'll do that next time for sure. But again, what Doc Cottrell was saying is he was saying some truth, but the thing is that's the best lies have mostly truth, you know. And then at the end, what's he trying to do? He's trying to sell something. Look, there's nothing wrong with selling things. We live in America. You're supposed to sell things, but I don't know. That's something that fundamental. It's like the mask thing too. I was literally ranting about this with my mom today because she spent many months and years even in hospitals because of someone in my family. And it's so fundamental. It's almost as fundamental as putting on clothing before you go out in the street for healthcare professionals. And the fact that we're arguing about masks and whether or not viruses are real, it's making me going a little bit insane, guys. I had to get that off my chest. But
see, you know, like for me, you know, my father believes in germ theory. Okay, he had an undergrad in geology. All right. But he's elderly, and you know, I'm having a hard time convincing him. And he's in the Detroit area with my mother, which is a hot spot. And I'm having a hard time explaining to him that this is a very serious situation and he should stay home because he could bring the virus home and infect my mother. You know, and she has a very severe COPD. He is relatively healthy with just high blood pressure. But they're both at risk because of their age. And I'm having a hard time with my own father to get him to with some sort of, you know, activeness to be proactive and to stay safe. And he's like, this is no big deal. This is
a good question.
You know, and I'm just like,
how do we get our loved ones to take it seriously when they're not? Maybe someone else can answer that. Sorry to cut you off, Paul. Maybe you were going more than
no, go ahead. Good. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Dr. McCairn, I think, has more experience with this life game than most of us. So maybe he can.
A damn good thrashing, I find, works with my family, but look, I don't have that problem in my family, and everyone that I speak to seems pretty rational about it. I live in Japan. Everyone wears masks anyway.
Yeah. It's different out west here, Dr. McCairn, with these blue eyes.
I do understand that. I don't know. Like, the person to ask this question is Paul, because Jonathan, because he's in Pittsburgh Hospital, and he sort of got on the ground experience there. What's happening there? I mean, I'm hoping there's an injunction from Pittsburgh University and the hospital for essential staff to be wearing masks. Please tell me that's true.
Yeah, sure. I mean, even at the grocery store, everybody's wearing masks in Pittsburgh. There are a few people who don't, and some people look at it funny and whatever, but I think the vast majority of people are starting to sort of come around to the idea that that's the better alternative than not going out. And I think that's part of the things that bother me most now. I think we have to think about the real biology and the real solutions. And if we could get everybody to wear masks, I start to ask myself the question of how much that would really change things. I think that's a far better injunction than leaving a bunch of people at home, because again, if I can just put myself in one camp or another, the ideal situation here would be for us to overcome this virus the same way we did with SARS, i.e., allow the normal immunity of the human body to take over. And I think we're making quite a big mistake by keeping the schools closed. At some point, we should let the kids get it, because We need herd immunity at some point. And I know that that's a thing that everybody's throwing around with kind of a negative attitude, but the biology of our population for thousands of years has relied on herd immunity, and even vaccines are based on, and vaccination is based on establishing herd immunity with vaccination. So I understand that we want to slow down the process of needing, the process of infection and the spread through the population. But the ideal scenario is 2 years from now, we're not talking about this anymore because it's either become endemic and most of us have antibodies to it or the last year's variant of it, or it somehow comes to an end like SARS did because it keeps running into dead ends of immunity. But I think any other solution, like a large-scale corporate intervention involving some vaccine, is very sketchy. And I think there's research out there from mayors now, which was sort of after SARS, and so it had more scientific sort of gusto behind solving it. What they noticed when they found that they gave effective antiviral drugs to people with MERS, when they recovered from MERS, they didn't have a full antibody complement, and they could be reinfected again very quickly. And so one of the things we might be seeing right now is that the people who recover primarily from antiviral drug intervention don't actually evolve a proper immune response because they're not responding to the virus. The drug is, or the drug is overcoming the virus for them. That then they're still left in the same position that you and I are. We haven't seen the virus before. It's just that they survived it once. And so I don't think that's necessarily a solution going forward either. It might get us through the most critical patients, of course, but we can't think of that as a solution for society. I think in general, the more healthy people we can get it, the better. But
could I just add on to that? My perspective right now is that I understand people in America, and I live there. I understand their attitudes there, and I can understand a lot of people are reticent about the idea of sheltering in place, right? And all I would say to that is, and I hear a lot about the sort of constitutional rights aspects to all this, and yes, there's of course be concerned. And who watches the Watchmen, etc. Well, we do.
Hold on a second. Just let me interrupt you for just a second, and then you start right away. It's only 2 seconds. The difference between how easy it is for me to stay 100 yards from every person I ever run into on my day. I ride in on my bike every day to my lab. I can stay so far away from everyone because Pittsburgh has only 300,000 people. The biggest road is 2 lanes wide. In New York City, for everyone to go about their daily life means everybody is like this. If everybody goes about their daily life in Pittsburgh, we're still all in separate cars. We're still all on separate sides of the sidewalk. It's a completely different kind of urban living here. So I don't think that's part of the reason why people in Pittsburgh are going to be better off. It's not going to be able to go poof through a whole apartment building here, because there might be only 2 apartment buildings that have any equivalent to New York City. Everything else is one house. My house is on 4 acres next to the next house, so.
Well, I'm coming a looting and a pillaging thing. You better watch out, Jonathan. And this is where I think we want to get to. I want to sort of tie a bow in what just happened with Dr. Young. And I'm going to do it by just quoting someone from the chat who said that Dr. Young was not selling anything. And I would just say at this point, I disagree. You can check his websites, and you can check that, he's had a long, I know who he is. I've read.
He's a skilled salesman too. That's the best salesman. They make you realize or think that they're not actually selling you something, right?
Yeah. And he's, like I agree with everyone else that, of course, healthy living is key, right? Don't keep smoking 2 packs a day and drinking a pack of beer and thinking you're going to be okay.
Switch to these if you must, and then quit.
Yeah. That would be my advice.
What's wrong with drinking beer?
Yeah, we're from the Midwest.
I mean, you're in Japan. You're in Japan. I mean, come on. I mean,
I love drink, but I don't now because of the list of pharmaceuticals that I do take from a head injury. So, and again, you know, it's sort of I know from drinking, right? Especially the way I used to drink, you feel shitty the next day, right? And you're going to be in a lower physiological state, right? As your body recovers from.
My dude Quadrex, lol, cheers in the comments. He's one of my longtime followers. As soon as he starts talking about hangovers, that's funny.
And like I say, the pressing issues for me right now is, okay, so we're starting to see the no virus elements come over the horizon. I would ask everyone with some degree of competence and honesty to engage that target. Okay, I like the use of military metaphors we started to do before. Let's start engaging that target at a distance, so we're not getting overwhelmed with it. And then as the frontline troops are engaging that, if there's something that's coming from our command and control that needs to go up the chain, we need to start addressing that. And I think that's where the real sort of groundwork begins with addressing this problem. So I'll just encapsulate that is, don't stop worrying too much about the civil liberty aspect right now and the days to move, because you've got a few more weeks before you've got a legitimate way to sort of get back on the streets and say, as Jonathan did, herd immunity is the goal here, and I agree.
It's the default also too.
But right now, I would say there's enough suspicion and smoke being aroused to say that this does have potential to be what looks like a engineered agent. And if that's the case, let's start looking at that and holding these people responsible. And with that, what I would like to do is, I think Jonathan has done a great job, and a lot of people will have seen it, would be the Joe Rogan episode with Michael Ostrom. And Michael Ostrom's basically liars. We've got to find the liars and the deceivers. And I would say to all my sniper squads, QRF, frontline, right, engage at long distance, right, and let's start sniping them, and we'll get back and we'll start getting up against the wall, the liars. Jonathan, if you could please give people the background to Michael Ostrom and what he did and didn't say.
Paul, did you want to say something? You were leaning into your screen there for a while. But...
Yeah, just really quick. In terms of the civil liberty issue, yes, there is a point to do the shelter in place and follow the quarantine. The concern that I have is what Governor Cuomo said just one day ago, and that was they're talking at the state level of not people going to work unless they can prove they have an antibody. There are going to be a lot of people in the first wave that did not get infected. Well, and that means forced vaccinations.
I would say, yeah. So we can get to that, and I'm dead set against it, right? And I do think the herd immunity, and so let's nail the vaccine pusher, Fauci. Okay, that man is a deep state scumbag. As far as I excuse the language, I'm not going to hold back, because the way I see things evolving over the last week, I think it's time to stop pulling punches. I've seen enough now to say it looks engineered, and if it is engineered, we need better thinking than what they're proposing right now, holding their feet to the fire. And that's why this is what's so important to the discussion right now is understanding the lies by omission that's going to push us into that state, the state that you're worrying about. Your civil liberties right now protected by the Constitution, right? The Constitution's got to be tested in the courts, okay? and they can't do stuff that's anti-constitutional. What they can do right now is put you under medical martial law, right? And then there's a time frame to that, okay? And then the science needs to be out in the public about what's right and what's wrong with how these people are gonna speak to you. And the best example we have is I would encourage everyone to go to Jonathan's YouTube channel, where he does some very good breakdowns of these people. And I tried to sort of bring that into the discussion before, but I want to hear Jonathan's words on Michael Ostrom and those people. Let's build around that.
Well, I mean, that's just a question of putting people on who know better and people who are choosing their words so carefully that you can hear that they're legally avoiding something, or at least like setting themselves up for plausible deniability. But it's not, I'm not reading any papers that anyone else can't read, and that's the reason also why I'm pretty confident that we're not jumping the shark here or anything, whatever the right term is. We're not crazy. There's been a long history of this biology where I think quite in earnest to understand the way that coronaviruses work. They have done what any other biologist does. If you want to learn how bird biology works, you need to study how many different birds there are and look at how all those birds are different to see how they collectively solve the problems that they encounter as organisms and as species. And with these viruses, they have investigated them from many different angles, and you can find several opinion review type papers from the early 2000s where they talk about coronavirus having the potential to be very useful as a vaccination tool because the common cold doesn't evoke the same kind of immune response that the flu does, for example, because we've kind of come into synergy with it. And so they saw it in the early 2000s as a possible way to harness a biological phenomenon, a biological symbiont, if you will, and then to tweak it in such a way that we could generate immunity with a relatively small infection. So Michael Osterholm is one of these guys who understands this and is involved in the research, or at least reads these papers much more than I ever did, because he's been in the field itself and going to the meetings, and I'm just only reading the papers that PubMed gives me access to. And if you are a trained biologist like Paul or Kevin or anybody else, then these are accessible, and you read them and you take notes and you follow them along and you follow the bibliographies. And when this guy was on Joe Rogan's show, Joe Rogan, I think, at least to the best of his ability, although it's kind of, it's revealing when the conversation that Joe Rogan is having with Michael Osterholm right before he asks the critical question, he's having a conversation with him about whether he could smoke cigarettes to kill the virus in his throat, and whether or not when you're in the air in northern Minnesota, if the -50 air is freezing the virus at all. So Joe Rogan is not a biologist in any stretch, even though he's a hunter and a physical fitness man and everything else. His biology is pretty low level. So, but I think he asked the right question. He just said that, there's rumors around that this virus could be originated from a lab. What's the answer to that? And Michael Osterholm answered very succinctly that we could not have come up with the sequence for this virus, so we would have never imagined it. And he cites the idea that our computer models would have never predicted that this sequence would have such a wonderful a wonderful affinity to the ACE2 receptor. And he cited that as direct evidence that it couldn't be man-made, ignoring the fact, of course, that we can combine different viruses chimerically already for 10 years before that interview. He's ignoring the fact that even earlier than that, we developed the tools to make circular or cDNA reverse sort of transcribed versions of RNA viruses that when we then reverse back to RNA, they would be virulent. So that was there. And so then his argument would be that even though we could do that, we would have never come up with the sequence of this virus. Now, then he ignores that there's this long-standing technique in immunology that if you wanted to make a virus, say, more effective or in a particular host, you just let it infect many of those host animals, like birds or ferrets or pigs or whatever you want that virus to infect. You can just expose that virus and it may not infect them very well, but over generations, the virus will get better. And so you can essentially create zoonoses in the laboratory. That's how they study it. And they've done that with bird flu in 2011 in 2 labs where they just took avian flu and they infected ferrets with it. And when they did this over several generations, what they noticed at some point is that infected ferrets who were in cages next to uninfected ferrets, but not in contact, could pass the flu. And then when they sequenced that flu, they realized that they had generated a new combination of genetics in flu that didn't exist before, which was ended up in a gain of function and aerosolized the virus. And then when that came out, there was this huge stink in the Netherlands and many publications, you know, screaming, why would you make a pandemic virus in the first place, you idiots? And by saying what Michael Osterholm said when Joe Rogan said, could this be a laboratory virus? No way. He's ignoring a whole set of articles that, crazy enough, Science Magazine quoted him about. So this is the kind of, you know, sort of intellectual dishonesty that really makes it hard not to smell fish here. That's my problem.
Why do you think that he lied, Jay? Or is that the question? We don't know. And
I mean, if you think most nefariously, then it's for profit and for, you know, for power or for, I don't know what, ego. I don't know really, but to cover up the fact that this stuff is done, you know, you don't want to give anyone the option that this is out there. And I think if we knew, and I don't know, but I guess if we knew how many different viruses they cataloged and how many different viruses they passed through animals and how many different viruses they made chimerically and tested with the idea of creating a vaccine or a weakened version of SARS that would serve as a vaccine agent. With all of these altruistic ideas in mind, they were goofing around with this stuff. And they just would rather you not think about that as a possible source for this virus. And that's the simplest explanation. Then it gets much worse if you think about possible weaponizing or any other things like that. Which, again, if you listen to his tone, it's not a guy, he's really walking through a minefield very carefully. And yep, I'm through. And let's talk about chronic wasting disease in deer because you're a hunter. And they change the subject, and forever after that, they don't go back.
Oh, Mike, Kev, your mic.
There he is.
Oh, you're yeah.
Sorry. So what Jonathan is saying, and this is highly critical with respect to people that are listening in the general audience, again, who at some point we always have to turn to someone that has expertise, whether it's to unblock your kitchen sink, to changing the oil in your car. I mean, and you know, most people are going to harumph and say, well, I can do that. But there are some things that you're going to come across that you can't do very well. And you would be, if you have the resources, be better paid, be better set to pay a professional. Now, how I would expand on what Jonathan said is that Michael Osterholm has gone through the vetting process that we put in place that's supposed to be the checks and balances that science has supposedly built into itself to stop dishonesty. And for one, I like the internet word of grifting, right? Where they are, and this applies generally, and I'm not just speaking about Michael Osterholm, Dr. Osterholm, I should say, because he's earned his titles. But I can tell you this: I've sat in enough of these meetings with these people, okay, who are sort of, you know, they're not top feeders. I've sat there with politicians, and seen how they're going to try and game a system with respect to money. Money is a big factor in this, okay, always. But there's other elements that need to be kept in mind, and you're dealing with human nature, even with scientists. And I've seen way too many that are not being scientists. They're the politicians in the science game, right? And if I was to bring that down to something of relevance this week, is what's coming out of France, okay? And Didier Raoult, we just started sort of as he came up to, so he's the hydrochloroquine guy, and as he sort of rose to prominence, okay, as much as I'm suspicious about the Chinese data, okay, I'm very suspicious about that man's data, okay, with a 98% success rate with a particular combination of hydroxychloroquine and the Z-Pak. And so that's just azithromycin for people that are wondering what a Z-Pak is. It's a CIFA-related antibiotic. It's a good one. I use it in the lab. A very sort of broad spectrum, gets everywhere that you need it to, and your monkeys look great when you whack them up with that for a few days. So the point is that we have to get these people to account. Yep, there he is. And we have to, so he released an abstract and a table, right? And the abstract one doesn't declare any conflict of interest, okay? And the conflict of interest is any sort of thing that you might have with respect to patents or industry connections, okay? And who makes hydroxychloroquine, okay? So that drug is what they call, the patent has passed, okay, and it's a generic, right? So that means that anyone with sufficient enough chemical skills can get the base chemicals, and with the right processes begin to make and distill out, or crystallize out would be a better term, hydroxychloroquine, and start selling it, okay? And around Marseille, where Dr. Didier is based, all the very large pharmaceutical companies, Sanofi, Aventis, and I would encourage people to just, my streams are very long, but they're very thorough as we begin to sort of turn over the logs of the stones of these people, and find out what's going on in how they're running their practices. Now, who's the makers of hydroxychloroquine? So in Europe, Sanofi Aventis, they call it Plaquenil, and the other one is Teva. And
just make one point to follow. So you're doing exactly what I'm happy about this. There's a stupid argument that's on the internet right now. A lot of times you'll see these random people say, yeah, but the patent passed, so anybody who wants to make it can make it. But we have to understand that retooling a pharmaceutical line is not cheap, so not just anybody can make it. The people who are already set up to make it are in a position to take advantage. So the story you're telling is very relevant.
Thank you, Jonathan. And so this approach with the hydroxychloroquine, and there might be some relevance to it with protecting you if there is an attack on the porphyrin ring, okay, by the SARS agent. And I'm prepared to sort of work with that hypothesis because it fits the hypoxia that we're seeing. But like I say, the JAMA article came out with, we know this new SARS is attacking the nervous system. That's set now. We have to accept that as part of the clinical profile. And so what's going to happen is you're going to see this move towards these people who want to benefit as much as they can from this current milieu, for if we're speaking about the French, and for want of a better word, they want to gain power, control, money, and often in these cases, these people have this is what people don't realize, is that these people have so much money, right, that it's almost like they have infinite resources, right? The things that they're talking about, where they're looking at so yeah, there you go. So what you're looking at is you're watching companies begin to posture themselves as this equivalent of oh, nice store you have here. It would be a shame if something happened to it. And as they leave, they tip over your candy machine and break it and say, well, you know, we'll make sure that doesn't happen if you start paying us a little bit of money each week or month, right? And so I would say this to people right now from a scientific perspective. Dr. Didier and that whole camp around Marseille, Tiva, the generic giant vacuum cleaner that goes across this planet, essentially taking every compound that they know is non-patent, that the patent has run out. And when Johnston's talking about retooling, okay, once they've retooled with an extra molecule slapped on it and they call it something else, that then becomes a patented molecule again, right? And
it
so
becomes a new drug.
Yes. Yeah, they can call it something else. It'll have different physiological properties because of a slight tweak to the molecular structure. And then you're going to see them roll out something, right? So and to me, this, and I'm going to go on a rant here. So sorry, guys, just give me a couple of minutes because I'm going to just empty this magazine right now. These companies, right, when they're turning around and Tiva is offering the United States 6 million and change hydrochloroquine tablets for free, right? So Addy, you should pull that up on your screen. Tiva, hydroxychloroquine, 6 million tablets to the US for free. Plaquenil, Sanofi Aventis, the other maker, okay, of hydroxychloroquine. All of these people are going to position themselves, and there you go. These people are positioning themselves to milk the public, okay, through the you can't say ignorance because it's so complex, this thing, and there's so much built-in plausible deniability that they can just hold their hands up right now and say, well, you know, we were just trying to do it for it was all for the public good. Okay. I'm very skeptical of this treatment. As that man Didier was on French public holding hands with Emmanuel Macron, right, who is one of the worst of the European clique. Okay. And when I say the worst, when think the worst, okay, all those people are linked, if you want to dig into them, okay, with what they do behind the curtains. And it's not just money, okay, there's other things as well. There's the ego, there's the power, and there's lots of other little peccadillos say that we need to these are people you should be very, very wary of, Emmanuel.
Yeah, we got to take all that into consideration.
Yeah, and so when they're standing up and saying we're going to give you hydroxychloroquine, you need to take it. They know you can take it for long term because it's an anti-malarial, anti-parasitic drug, and all round Africa and the malaria belt around the world, say, is a better way of looking at it, right? They give these drugs to these people, and my concern is that we know they have very strong effects on the nervous system. The side effect profile is very idiosyncratic in the types of neurological effects you can get. There is a phenomenon called quinism, which affects the brain, okay, that comes from taking too much quinine, which is you can get quinine, if you know the tree to get it from, you start munching on the bark. But if you eat too much of that bark, in the natural state, your body would just throw it up anyway. But if they can distill it down into a tablet and get it into you, they will, right? And once you've signed the waiver that you're going to accept those forms, and then you catch the disease still, and it might present with the neurological symptoms, okay, then the doctor's going to turn around and say, well, those neurological symptoms are a consequence of the medication itself. Keep on with the medicine. Fingers crossed you'll get herd immunity, but you need to keep on taking the chloroquine. They'll probably say you don't need the Z-Pack, but I'll guarantee you they're moving towards you probably want to be taking chloroquine, anti-malarial all the time. And the other approach will be you need some sort of metric, whether it's the vaccine or the antibody, for them to say that you're going to start being able to engage in normal society. This is where I would say our attention needs to be focused. And like I say, we can circle round and go back to sort of digging up how it has been engineered. And like I say, as soon as I track down that they've been doing studies in monkeys, that's it. All bets are off the table, because the species jump is minuscule, right? It's not ferret or avian or so. That's
you don't think a pangolin banged a bat, which killed a monkey who was infected with HIV, who ran up to a human and got eaten?
Look, the jungle is the ghetto of the planet, right? And all kinds of weird shit happens in there. So you can never say never. What I can say is we have a pretty good understanding of the minds of men. And the minds of men, once they see an agent like this, okay, and in Guangdong province, where all this seems to have originated from, they've got a big primate colony. And I absolutely guarantee you that the Chinese have no qualms, right? Because we in the West have been so, Jonathan just said earlier that the country of Netherlands is so to the extreme of the human liberal,
radical,
not radical, liberal, left wing, right?
Okay.
So the sort of socialist type, and the social justice worker element holds a very strong sway over the politics of the country. And where we've shut down monkey research in the West, and the universities have moved further and further away from being able to do that research, it's all gone to China. And China's lapping it up, saying, thank you very much, right? And I'll stop there because I'll get angry at that point.
No, you made me think of something that Eric Weinstein said in his, I don't know if anybody listened to his Portal release that he did recently, but he was talking about Jeffrey Epstein and how he was taking advantage of the fact that scientists don't get much money in this country. And because of that, guys like Jeffrey Epstein are taking advantage of that, or the Chinese government or the Russian government. Or whoever.
Yep. And you're getting into the politics here, and I had a long discussion yesterday with Commander Frank from Pennsylvania, and I would argue that we need to demonetize the sciences right now so that these industries are not able to pervert it in a way. And so I would say that probably the strictures for getting into university need to be a bit higher.
I agree.
And those institutes need to stop making it a consumer choice of where you go, and then and then on top of that, making it a ramping up costs where they can artificially start segregating out from international. So take Yale. I mean, I sort of have weeks or collaboration with Yale indirectly, but Yale's university I'm somewhat familiar with, Mayo Clinic. These people operate, and look, I work with those institutes. I don't want to bash them too hard, but I would just say that the Americanized model of it has brought us to this situation now where we've literally sort of pulled the rug out from under our feet, where we could sort of stamp on it and say, well, is there flooring under my rug, right? Because it's just been blown up with hot air and money, right? And the scientific process where and I don't want to sort of be saying I'm was the only one, but luckily I was able to sort of get through my sort of scientific career either minimal or no pay and enough contributions just to be able to have a room, monkey, and equipment to test the things that I did, and I wasn't beholden to anyone, so I'm able to sort of.
How hard is that, Kevin, for a scientist to achieve that?
It crushed 99% of the people who wanted to try it. Try doing it in America, where everything is credit cards and loans and money, and the institutes want you to get money. Look, I've been through situations multiple times where institutes have tried to get me to go. I've moved countries, right? And then suddenly the monkey lab disappears or they can't do it. So these people want it and they'll try it, but then the politics will get in the way. It's happened multiple times. It happened to me when I came to Japan, happened to me when I went to Korea. And each time, in retrospect, I can say, well, if everything happens for some sort of reason in the hyperdimensional reality that we do live in, okay, for want of a better semantics for the audience, okay, has brought us to this point, which is a emergence into the global consciousness of trying to address the insanity that's going on right now. And if 2020 means clear vision, and that's what we've got right now for clear vision, then people with dissenting voices, and now this is where you've got to get a bit of precision in your language, okay? The dissenting voices, the right ones, need to be put. And like I say, if you're putting on Overwatch and sniping, right, and we have to take out, if you wanted to take out Goebbels or Hitler, and you wanted to do it from a mile away, right, because we knew that the command and control was messing things up, so the frontline troops can't fight.
Private Jackson.
I don't know which was that, but there's a good Tom Cruise movie where it's about the story of how they tried to kill Hitler, right, and get a bomb into I think it's called
Operation Valkyrie. Yeah, that was actually within Germany itself, but I was referencing Save It Private Ryan. He said, give me a mile, within a mile of Hitler, pack your bags, fellas, this war is over.
Yeah. And we are in. Look, I'm sorry, guys. The other two, I'm ranting now. My cup of tea has kicked in, and
We love this, Kevin. We love this side of Kevin. This is why we do this.
Right. So these people have started to use the language of war, and right now the US is not on the proper war footing.
In Japan, you drink tea, and in America, we drink coffee.
Yeah, cheers. That's right. Isn't that right? Yeah, cheers, brother.
These individuals that are using the language of war, right, to say, and in some respect you can sort of hear that, and in Osterham's spiel on Joe Rogan, he's sort of using that we're constantly in a war with biology and viruses to sort of and you hear those words in the film Contagion and all that type of vernacular, okay? And in a sense, yes, but we've been that's the eternal war that's been going on since whenever you want to sort of make the distinction, okay? And right now there are voices getting amplified that I'm just distrusting at a very fundamental level, okay? I'll give it I don't mean to be mean to the guest earlier, but no,
of course not.
When you're peddling potions and juices and powders and what have you, and you're preying on people's fear, the your motives are tainted as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, no doubt. That's unethical in my eyes too. It's
Yeah.
very selfish, thinking only of your monetary gain, and you're essentially profiting off of misery in the same way that these 1%ers are, like you mentioned earlier, Kevin.
Yep.
So I don't know. I said not to be mean, but I like to give people the benefit of the doubt, which is why I waited as long as I did before kind of saying adios. But yeah, I got to the point where I was like, okay, guys, this show quality is just dropped off the cliff. And I could see people in the comments being like, so that's why I did that. And I'm also careful about who I personally associate with as well, because just the fact that I had him on, it's a sort of writing of what's the hip hop term? I'm trying to think of it. Oh, you get a cosign, right? Which may or may not be true in reality, but people see it that way. So, but I do think that he, did say some good things about the anti-inflammatory thing, and the facts he brought there. But again, what's the end goal of someone's intent like that? It seems to be to gain some money from this, which obviously we're all in a sort of, there's so many power vacuums going on right now, and there's the opposite too, which I don't know what that would be. But you're seeing that with the economy, but at the same time, there are people who are getting mad rich off this crisis right now, mad rich, and it is messed up. It's not fair, but it's reality. And it happens every pandemic as far as I can tell. I would like to read more about it, but every pandemic, back the Black Death and everything, you had these apothecaries, the unethical ones who were selling snake oil and all this, and the religious folks, they had their own, whatever it is. So, it is an issue, and it's something that after this experience we had with Dr. Young, that I'm going to be more vigilant about, because you don't know what everyone's intentions are. And
well, there's a few, right? So this germ theory versus terrain theory, right? So one of the bigger ones that's just come out of nowhere is Andrew R. Kaufman, okay, that's going on essentially popular podcasts that are not, they're not Joe Rogan size, because Joe Rogan is
he can get anybody he wants.
Yeah, but there are many podcasts with 500,000, 1 million sort of subscribers, okay, that lean towards the conspiracy side, and these people are going on and speaking to enough people that it's making the issue harder for people that have a degree of expertise. And like I say, I don't want to inflate egos around this table, but I'll include all of us in that, with respect to trying to speak to the panic. There's people, when people are panicked and scared, they start doing stupid shit, right? We know that crowds are unpredictable. So does the government know that, right? And they also know how to game it. And I'll finish there. I need to get another magazine to load in, so I'll let the others chip in.
I pointed it out on a video this week just because it strikes me as really odd at some point one evening. But I counted up, we had like 26 hours of Democratic candidates debating important and less important issues in primetime television. And I don't think we've had one debate between, let's say, two scientists about what the pros and cons are going forward of how we should continue to address the pandemic. And that, I think, should speak volumes to sort of whether or not they're giving you instructions on television or information on television. And I think they're giving you instructions on television, and that bothers me a lot, because I don't think, that's what bothers me here. I think that it's about the best I can say it.
I think people that are listening in some areas, especially the hot zone areas that were close to New York in terms of time when their flare-up turned out, within the next week or two, we're probably going to see a peak in the first wave. And that's a good thing, okay? But people need to realize that even when you're at the peak, you may be short on ventilators, ICU beds. So it doesn't mean you're out of the woods yet. Until you're on the other side of that peak and you're past the number of beds that you have in your particular municipality. And then the question is, once we get out of shelter in place, and it's a big question mark, is there another flare up, let's say in late October? And if there is, what does the government do? Do we go back into shelter in place and destroy the economy? Do we, there's a big question mark on what we should do from a scientific point of view, probably shelter in place, and what we can do, because I don't think that the country can go through another 45 days of shutdown.
Oh, no, I don't think so.
In the same year.
Yeah, it would push people past the brink, I think.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. So, Dr. Couey, what do you think?
We are, I don't know much about it, but we are at some projections from some banks say that we're going to be in the $9 trillion range by the end of the summer for, all the different sort of economic bailout type things that we're doing.
Probably.
And my question would be, I understand most of the epidemiologists say that that's the biggest mistake, or the biggest potential mistake, consequence, let's say, of this shelter in place strategy, where the worst case scenario is that the peak isn't even come, because it's not until we release these social controls that the real peak will be there, because now we're just kind of setting up for it, and then now we're going to mix it up and boom, it'll all explode. And so epidemiologists, the worst case scenario is that the sheltering in place results in a much worse thing than would have happened if we would have just tried really hard to stop it in the beginning, or just let it go. And you saw what happened in the UK. As soon as they said they were going to let it go, then a whole half of the country started saying, wait, you can't let people die. But then it's not really that simple. I mean, we let people die every year of diarrhea, and we let people die every year of hunger, and we let people die every year of the flu, and every year of car accidents, and every year of suicide. And for me, at some moment, we're going to have to make choices also about that, because while we're talking about this, I just want to say or point out that we're still not being genuine about it, because Paul's living in New York City. Outside of New York City, there's the largest anonymous graveyard in America, where they bury all the unknown dead bodies and dead babies and whatever. And now there are pictures on the internet of drone footage of coffins being put in that same cemetery. And yes, there are more now. I'm not saying that there are more than normal, but the cemetery pictures from above are being portrayed in such an ambiguous manner, with such inflammatory language, that it's anywhere from, look, this is Trump's legacy, to look, we're digging mass graves for COVID-19, when in reality that whole island is a mass grave, and we're adding to it. But to take pictures of it and kind of give the false impression that this is a brand new hole for dead bodies in New York City, I think is the kind of thing that goes hand in hand with repeating that this is somewhere between Pearl Harbor and 9/11. It doesn't have to be for my children, but if you keep saying it on the nightly news, eventually that's what they're going to think. And to me, that's also annoying, because if the idea was to reduce or to minimize the psychological effect of this pandemic, it doesn't seem like we're doing much for that either. It bothers me a lot.
So I can sort of expand. I'll expand my thoughts on that a little, because we want to be about causality, because understanding causality allows you to take action. And I did mention or briefly sort of segue into it earlier, and that's China in this whole equation, right? And I understand that Americans are feeling a lot of economic pain right now, and what seems like existential pain because of the because basically you've had to take war measures on your soil, and that's not been done for a very, very long time. But understand as well that much of the world does have to live, or various places of the world does have to live with that, those type of consequences, because we're over there doing it to them, right? And okay, so we can get into debates about who's really manipulating who for the war profit and the military industrial complex. But I would say this right now, okay? The Communist Party of China, okay, need to be held to account right now. As much as we're saying we'll hold people like Osterine to account, okay, there are people outside of what I would consider the parts of the world where we do have maximal rights, okay, and we might sort of come to that at different approaches, but I think there are places in the world where human dignity is maintained much better than the communists do, okay, and so I would suggest that, so things to do that the Americans should be asking for right now, okay, is that when China knew about this emerging pandemic, okay, and they had the inside track onto what was going on, and they then started to buy up in mass from around the world all the PPE, all the equipment that they could get their hands on, right? And then, and this is where, you know, we're not guilty in this, because we've spent the last 40, 50 years offshoring everything to places where we could shave a penny on the dollar, because we wanted to watch the stock market and all the fat pensions go up, right? Because we wanted to, we all want that retirement, and we all want to think that we're healthy and what have you, and you know, that's a whole nother point. But I want to keep the target right now. So if I'm in command of this QRF response out in the field, right, I want eyes on the CCP, okay, I want their I don't know anyone beyond Xi Jinping and Batwoman in China, Xi Jun, whatever her name is, right? And you know, these people need to start taking into account. Now, okay, so we're in this trade war. Let's start doing it properly. The way we buffer the economic consequences to the current situation, where China stopped foreign companies that have moved production to Japan, and then stopped them exporting materials back out to other countries, because they requisitioned it under diktats from their party headquarters, right? Every one of those companies right now should be upping sticks and moving out of China, right? And excuse the language, but fuck them, right? Take the industries back, right? Hold them to account. And I don't know about if you're going to get some sort of damages through the courts or what have you, right? I think that's, you know, that just sounds a very sort of
idealistic.
Idealistic, but once you start doing that, you just build up the money train and the other vested interest parties that are just going to get in there and distort it, right? So if
better to just break it off clean.
Yep, just get it out, right? Say fuck you, build your own, right? We're moving en masse, and you know what? The if they don't do that, and they were my companies, right? There would be a bit of Jewish lightning going on, as we call it, down my way, right? And those factories would be out of commission very, very quickly, okay? And the means of production would be moved back to where we can keep an eye on the human rights, and we can keep an eye on, well, now let's keep an eye on those people that want to sell everything off for stock market trading and shorting markets, because like you said, there's a lot of people getting very rich right now just shorting shit, right? And they don't give a fuck either, and they want you to then start taking their drugs, their generic drugs right now, which seem cheap, But then they're going to be in a few weeks, a few months time. We got a better one. This one's patented. It doesn't have so many neurological effects, right? And that's what we've got to avoid. And that's why we needed proper triple-blinded studies with chloroquine, because on the same day, another group came out with a paper. You can see it on my Discord if you start going through. I'm having a job just keeping up with my Discord because people are putting so much information there. But
your Discord is always blowing up my phone, Kevin. Like I'll be just chilling, like playing with my brother or something, and it's just going off like all times of the day too. Like
yeah, that's a good sign, right? And at the same time as Dr. Didier Duo was putting out his 98% cure rate with his psychotic inducing therapies, okay, well, it wasn't at the same time, but I want people to keep in mind that the company that makes those drugs, okay, so Teva, Sanofi Aventis, and also Novartis, I think it was 2011, were all busted by the EU, right, for sort of sketchy trading deals. And they might come to the front looking like different companies, but they're buying up and putting shares into little research companies, bio startups, where they know they've got someone that will say, oh, we can tweak the molecule this way, and they all get shares in that, and it's all a dirty, rotten shell game, right? That needs an Overwatch on it. That's me. Teva, there you go. Right. I've had run-ins with these people. Do not trust them. Right? Do not trust these people.
US and Israel are their home bases. Largest generic drug manufacturer in the world.
And the first one's always free, folks. They just gave you 6 million and change pills, okay? And they're looking at their stocks right now and rubbing their hands, right? Because they're going to be, they've got it in line. I'll absolutely guarantee you, and right, there's analogs that they've got sketched out for the next 20, 30 years. Just look at that list. Jesus Christ.
I mean, fentanyl. Wow. So what's the end game here, Kevin? After they give, and forgive me if you've explained this already, but they give the free, which they've already done. They give the free pharmaceuticals, and they're trying to sneak in and basically get more deals in the future as it pertains to this corona.
Yeah, so it's gaining the market, right, and getting hold of the market. So their choice is number one, and everyone has their brand, right? When they go to,
I think what's happening here is that once they become the supplier of choice, that when the secondary, tertiary waves come in, they'll just use their drugs. And this virus is probably going to be seasonal. At what virulence, I don't know. But if they already are in the hospitals as a supplier, it's just it's a never ending. It's a never-ending sale for them. It's an annual annuity.
Yeah, this is such the Wild West right now, isn't it? Because of this situation.
Yep. And this is I've been speaking a lot. Paul's been patiently waiting. Sorry, Jonathan. You have to excuse me, guys. I'm still waking up. So
I'm not waiting, but I think one of the things that also strikes me a lot is the independent reports around the United States now that convalescent plasma therapy is working well when they get the right patient and they screen them first for any sort of antibody-dependent enhancement. As long as that's not there, that kind of therapy is working really well, and it seems like to be a very effective way to get the most critical people through it. With antibodies. And I think, again, relying on the human immune system, and if we can just have a few people get through it and then help other people who get more critical cases of it. The only problem is that there's no pharmaceutical product here. So that's they're looking for analogs of these antibodies and stuff like that. But I mean, in the end, if we can just...
To make money, Jay, right?
Right, that's what I mean. There's no money to be made unless they can figure out a way to harness a particular antibody sequence, and then maybe they can synthesize it or something. But that's what disturbs me the most, is that modern medicine and doctors themselves, they know that this convalescent plasma therapy works fine, but there's all kinds of hurdles that the FDA and the government sets up in order to make that a less easy route than just taking a pharmaceutical. And that's unfortunate, I think. Because that's real biology. I mean, that's like almost what a shaman would do if they could take your blood and do it right. It's just using. It's almost alchemy level. Medicine.
Yeah, it's like magic.
You know? Yeah, it's magic, but it works because that's how biology works, right?
That's technology. Technology's magic, isn't it?
Yeah. So I don't know if Paul wants to add something there. I will interject on the antibody bit. Paul, if you want to say something.
No, it's been a known therapy, to find an antibody and then try to purify the serum from that host patient, and then try to put that antibody in other people. Yeah, I mean, that's been a known therapy for a long time, and they sort of do it for cancer therapy. They take immune cells out of a cancer patient, grow them to actually fight metastasized melanoma. It's an experimental treatment, but it's very expensive though. It takes like 6 days to grow the cells at sufficient levels that are trained to fight the melanoma tumor. So this has kind of been a known therapy. What would be nice is if we can have a business model that is profitable, where you can have personalized antibody creation in vitro that could be put into your body. Yeah, but I mean, it's so expensive. I mean, for it to be done right now, it's probably around $30,000 per person to do it. But if you could find a way and get it down to less than $100, maybe even $200, then you have customized vaccination. And that's so, without all the adjuvants and without all the the preservatives,
side effects.
You probably have a lot less side effects. But that's in the future. I mean, that I'm sure that people are trying to get there. But I foresee a company in the future doing this customized antibody production in vitro, to cure certain diseases.
So if I did get infected and was doing or wanted to make use of this convalescent plasma transfer, I would have to pay a lot of money for that. Is what you're saying? It's about 20 to 30K? Or
no, he's talking about something more specified than that.
Okay,
I gotcha. I misconstrued that. What if, because it does look
I'm saying
like
that your body, you would train your cells outside the body to develop antibodies for a particular pathogen, and then like a petri dish, purify those antibodies and put it. Yeah, in vitro, right? Yeah.
Okay, in vitro.
So, but it's expensive. It's expensive, and they do it for cancer as experimental therapy for metastasized melanoma. But if they can get it down to a much cheaper process, then you have something that's an interesting business model, and it solves a big problem, and that is we should be vaccinated with customization. Not like this.
Why not make the argument though that we can just take plasma? If Addy already went through it, I can take his plasma if I have a very critical case and cure me. And at the same time, my immune system is not completely deactivated, so I end up developing my own antibodies as well. It's just that his antibodies help me get through the most critical stage should I need it. And then we don't need any companies making any profit at all. We can just cure each other with normal medicine. That's the only argument I don't like, because I don't need a company to make profit from my health at all. I just want the doctor to take care of me. And if all they need to do is take the plasma from a cured patient and help 20 critical patients in 7 days, and they have done it in New York in several different hospitals, why aren't we just expanding this?
I read that that's happening in
problem.
China too. I don't know about the validity of that particular source, but I read that they were doing that in China too.
Japan as well. They're using it in Japan. And you know, I don't. In my mind, there's just a lot of. We can have a wish list, of course, but I would say what needs to be done right now. So we've got a window of opportunity right now where we're able to essentially sort of clean house, okay, and sort of get things under control that have strategically weakened us to the point where right now I do worry about the communists.
Yeah,
right?
it's now or never. It's now or never, in my opinion. What do you? I don't know. Maybe that's too absolutist, but what do you?
No,
guys
you know
think?
what? You know what I'd do as well. All that money that they're just going to go and try and pump into the stock market and buy up all the trash shares so that doesn't collapse. I'd just burn that fucker down too, right? Let it go, right? Burn it down, right? And we'll retreat, right? Because if you're ever in a firefight, right, and you're holding a fire line and you got it, and you someone takes a hit, you got to fall back, right? You get back to a point where you can get your fire line back up. You start putting ammo back down range. And right now, the stock market's took a headshot. It's dead. Leave it. Stop putting resources into it and stop wasting ammunition over it. And get it into a place where we can control the situation, right? You have an ideological enemy in the Communist Party, right? That if they're going to sit there and think, well, all this damage has been done to us, and I'm saying we'll damage them by pulling our factories back, because as soon as they requisitioned equipment, right, because the supply chains were in such a sordid way because of the actions of individuals prior to this, right? And if I'll tell you what, I'll say this: let's keep the military laws in place, and there's quite a few court martials, right, that we can start to begin instigating, right, of who's sold out the country, that we couldn't protect ourselves with even the simplest things of masks, where these people had to come up and lie to us, right, because they couldn't get masks.
And still this week, Kevin, and I want to move on from this. I really do. It's like your first girl that breaks your heart. Like, it just like they just won't give it up. There's this guy, he's like maybe a year younger than me or 2 years younger than me on Facebook that I know because I went to school with him. And he's arguing about the pedantics of an article, basically, stating about the ambiguity of whether or not masks work. And I'm just not having it, man. I like, it's so like, now is not the time to be pedantic about something so fundamental. I mean, I already ranted about the masks already, so. But it's just something that's not being. It's still a problem, It's like I don't know. I naively thought that maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago we would, we would all catch up, but
no. And this is the problem with that, and this was my worry with the this idea of individual liberties being amplified through modern living, and I would say a sort of distorted understanding of what those rights are, sovereign rights, they're God-given rights that you have as a human being, okay? The comply with natural law that I think are best codified in the Constitution of the United States. The Islamic world disagrees. They have their own sort of view of how human rights should be done. Yeah, Jonathan?
But my headphones went out, so I hope I'm not echoing. But Rush Limbaugh said like 2 days ago, he reminded us that there was a swine flu in 2009, and we didn't stop the economy, and there was no blaming the president, and we didn't have any social isolation. And those kinds of messages also confuse the populace, because how are they supposed to process Fauci telling them one thing, and you can't really blame Americans for just becoming very suspicious of everything then, and then the
Yeah.
default is, well, you know what, fuck it, like I'm gonna take care of my own, and that's
Yeah,
it.
and believe what I want to believe anyway, you know,
It's
which
horrible,
is
man,
also
because
disastrous, you
it's
know.
very difficult when people's, you know, quote unquote trusted sources are so in opposition to one another. It's never been like this before, where two TV stations would completely disagree with one another, and
It's been like this before in other countries, but never in this country. I mean, I guess what I mean is in terms of the technological era that we're in with TVs, like you said, because I mean, we've been in a civil war before 150 years ago, but yeah, it's just becoming more and more polarized because people like Limbaugh and whomever are just politicizing this issue, whether it's CNN, NBC, the majority of the mainstream media, who of course want Trump out of office, or, you know, conservative pundits like Limbaugh or whoever. It's just, and that's the thing too,
But
is
he
the
lying?
mainstream.
That's
Is he
the other
lying?
problem, though, right? Is he lying? He's not lying.
Not really. I mean, what he's saying is true. And that's the thing, is there's no new. It's so hard to grasp nuance for people as it is, let alone in an environment as polarized as the mainstream one we're in. I was actually talking to Charlie Robinson. He's a author from Colorado yesterday, and he was saying, like, the mainstream media, they're telling us it's our fault that we're not social distancing. No, it's your fucking fault. You know, we both said it like almost simultaneously. It's the boy who cried wolf, you know, and I think I might have mentioned this last week, but because Charlie mentioned it to me, we spoke about it again yesterday. How can you blame Americans for not obeying what the media says after the last 4 years, you know, like, or even 8 years, but especially the last 4 since, you know, the election.
And we still have to put a lot of things into question. I just give you an anecdotal story, and then I'll shut up for a minute. But
oh, you're good, Jonathan.
I have a PhD student in my lab who just recently went back, like last weekend, went back to South Korea. When she got off the plane, she was immediately accosted by 3 people who immediately swabbed her and installed an app on her phone and gave her a device that connected to her phone that allowed her to take her temperature. When she left the airport, she was told that she could only leave her father's house if she left in her father's car, and they took the license plate of her father's car. When she got back to her father's house, her phone had been on for the whole flight, and so it died, and so her GPS signal went dead. And within about 10 minutes, there was somebody at her door trying to find out whether she was in her father's house or had left. And so they made her plug in her phone, and then they confirmed that they had the GPS signal before they left. And she has to wake up in the morning, and her phone app goes off, and she puts that thing on her head to take her temperature, and she has to do that twice a day for 14 days before she passes quarantine. And she's Korean, but she came from America. So that's how seriously they're doing it there. If you're a foreigner, you have to spend 14 days in a hospital doing the same thing, and they'll give you a phone if your phone doesn't work there. So we're not doing anything like that now.
Yeah. And now look at their infection rates.
Come to Pittsburgh and have dinner with me tonight if they want. So, I mean, there's a very different approach to the way the different countries are taking this, you know, control seriously or not.
Yeah.
But there's this huge argument also that we don't have the legal system for which to do it. The president might not be able to stop people from crossing state lines. And we're having these debates now. And
definitely.
You know what would happen? Just try to imagine, though, if the current situation where we are trying to suggest that everybody stay at home were being presented by Barack Obama a couple of years ago, the exact opposite would be happening. The right-wing people would be saying, oh my goodness, no way, we're never going to do this. And I don't know, I'm afraid that there's some weird mixed message going on. It's just bizarre world.
And so this is, can I just add as like an outsider? And again, I would encourage people to just go and listen to the stream that I did yesterday with my constitutional expert. And I would just say, the finger pointing and recrimination, because I agree with him, right? There's lots of recriminations to go around, okay? But this paradigm that is in the US, and especially this sort of harassing of the current president, which happened from day one. It just seemed to me to be as bad as people thought it was under Barack Obama, with the right wing sort of kvetching all the time about this.
Oh,
and
that's
that.
nothing compared to this.
Yeah, this to me is a degree of insanity that that is disturbing for me as a outsider, because I'm in the trench next to the communists. Okay, and when I see American aircraft carriers being pulled back, right, because their operational capacity has been reduced, then I sort of begin to worry, and we need to be like I say, we know who to blame right now. There's a big long list that's up for court martial, as far as I'm concerned. Right now, we need to say, okay, we're in a fight, and when you're in a fight, like I say, and everyone has a plan to get punched in the face. I think that was Mike Tyson that said that, right?
Yeah.
And until you've ever had a punch in the face, right, you've got no idea what it means. And so you then got to stand back, and then you're going to have to engage at some level, right? And you better hope to God that you've had enough experience growing up that one, if there's someone that's just going to mess you up because they're a big enough psychotic individual that they won't stop, so you just cross the street, right? That's the sort of assessment that you do. But generally, in the monkey world, in chimpanzees, you can get a big alpha like that, but that big alpha can't handle two smaller chimpanzees who would then sort of share the alpha role, and they'll tear that monkey, or they'll tear that ape to pieces, right? In sort of getting the control for the breeding rights. And this is these types of behaviors are a reflection of what I would argue what you're seeing right now, and you're trying to see these people sort of struggle to get this dominance, this hierarchy dominance, and that's all well and good. That's natural right now, but those chimpanzees that have that little bit of back and forth, right? So if there's the big one, and then the two which think they might take him out, you can be absolutely sure when the chimpanzee troop from a couple of kilometers down the road comes into their territory, they forget like that who's worried with respect to who's doing what and who's going to have the access to the females. They get on and they deal with the chimpanzee group from down the road, right? And they're probably closer genetically than we are to the Chinese, right? If you want to get really nuts and bolts to it. And I would right now be saying to everyone, keep the lists up. This is all on public record right now, what you're doing, Addy. Okay. And we've been naming names, and we will get them, right? And we'll make sure that they're not getting into plausible deniability when they're speaking to the next Joe Rogan, right? So when Michael Osterholm is speaking, Addy should be on there, and Joe Rogan should be being pestered right now, like when what's his name, that Jack Dorsey and
Timcast.
Yeah, but basically Joe Rogan had to do that, right? Because it was such a sort of lowballed interview, and everyone was just like, "Hey, hang on a minute, you're even sponsored by an app that Jack Dorsey has major shares in," and so he had to
get like a neutral, or he wasn't neutral, but just another party. He was a counter, right? For sure.
And so I would say right now, both Paul and Jay, you're in America. I'm not traveling anywhere. You're not getting me on a plane. I'll listen, right? But the two of them now need to hold that Osterholm down on the podcast, right? Joe wrote that's the octagon right now, right? And get in there and hold these people to account, and let's see what they're doing. And I want full disclosure on the table, because if we're going to start pulling the industries back from China's going to lock and load too, right?
Yeah, and just a word on China. I personally don't have any problems with the Chinese people. It's the government that we're referring to.
Absolutely. Yeah. Let's just I'll add this, right? And I'm dead serious when I mean this. Okay, if I say that they're doing these experiments in monkeys, right? I'm 99.99% sure they're doing it on human beings, right?
Well, they are harvesting the organs of the what's the ethnic group? It's a Muslim ethnic group. I can't remember the name of them.
Uyghurs. I don't know how you.
I'll find it out. But yeah, they are basically, they have them in these more or less concentration camps.
Yeah, and I would.
I just wanted to add one thing. With Jack Dorsey. He is donating about $1 billion, but there's strings attached to the donation for research in universal income, basic income, which is an Agenda 21 play. So here, and he disguises it as COVID-19, assistance. So he, all right, makes all this money, releasing 2 IPOs, Square and Twitter. He knows that AI is going to take jobs. And he's pushing this agenda that, well, you're going to have a basic, income level, because a lot of people will be unemployed because they're supplanted by AI. But he keeps his wealth. He keeps all of his, wealth, and he'll give you, peanuts. But he, makes sure that he has his mansion and his boats, and and he can have his trips to Africa and whatever. But here's your your basic necessities. Here's your bread for the week. Here's your milk for the week, and cheese and butter, and that's it. So he's just.
It's a complex argument, the universal income, especially if. So you could say, you could look at right now as a trial run of what happens when the AI does something like makes truck driving autonomous, right, or delivery autonomous. So the gig jobs and all those sort of things have disappeared. Okay, that's a thing that we're probably going to have to deal with, and I would say that we have to think about something like that, where there has to be a sort of radical change in thinking, to the point where, one, we disincentivize the universities so we can breed people without an ideological bent, right? And right now, if you were to sort of take the Jordan Peterson approach of, well, the Marxists have taken hold of the institutes, which I would agree with, and I would say
it's hard to argue against if you have experience in universities recently, like I do, or Jordan Peterson does, or you guys do.
Well, I had to deal with the fallout. Well, like I say, I don't want to get into talking about my details so much, but
next time.
Yeah, next time. But I think the issue needs to be right now dealing with the Chinese in the context of this SARS outbreak. And like I say, I want people to stop calling it COVID, call it SARS, right? Yeah. We don't just keep saying H1N1.
Yeah, Paul actually taught me that. I didn't know it was a SARS virus, and it's weird they're not calling it that, isn't it?
Well, because these people it's lying by omission.
Yeah.
Right. And so you need to, like I say, these people are not your friend, right? They have their own little agendas, and they all have little little things that they like to engage in.
They have their own pet projects, but it fits into a larger one world government view
framework.
and in framework, Right. And that's why I say that it's part of an Agenda 21 or Agenda 30 platform, but they do have their own little spin or flavor to it.
And
Make it
anybody
seem like they're
wanting to
philanthropic.
Yeah, and that's a great so 2 points. First one is Alexander, what's his name? Denitsyn, the Russian guy. He talks about this, and this is an idea I came to actually independently of him, and then in hindsight realized that he had put it in one of his books. But it's one of the, I think, drawing points and allures of communism is this appeal to a very superficial higher morality or higher ethics in the form of sharing, right, and loving your neighbor. But it's really superficial and a lie, and it's really, it's a hoax.
Yeah, don't go encroaching.
It's not sharing. It's right. They spin it as sharing, but it's really taking.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it really is.
Yeah.
And you have a group of people that are sitting high on the hog, and everyone else is suffering.
Right.
And
it's an argument that it's an old argument, right? That we've been having, and people have sort of moved away from it. And you could almost make the case that with the rise of sort of individualized, so we were talking about individualized medicine with the antibodies. You've got this individualized programming device most people walk around with that stare into, that's sort of guiding their actions with respect to how they, especially the young, right? So there's the Piaget messianic phase that you go in your sort of 20s to 30s, and we all,
I remember Piaget, but I need to brush up on him. He's a famous psychologist from the 70s, right?
I think he's older than that. I want to say.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm in the messianic phase. Then is that why I have a YouTube channel?
Maybe. And there's this sort of look. There's a reason why the old don't do the things that the young do, right? And the young, and you could say it's sort of evolution in action. And I hope we haven't lost Jonathan. He seems to have dropped off the radar.
Oh, I got him. He's back.
There's a whole thing of young people have that energy, and we try to sort of harness it in ways. And that's what the university system was really good for taking the smart people and giving them the proper tools to build. And then there was this social contract that was there in the past that I would say has been undermined primarily through distorting it with money. So the capitalist system has to take some, as much as we should come down like a ton of bricks on the communists, the crony capitalists, or just capitalists in general, or the free market extremists who will just say that workers will go where the money is, and they want to abolish borders. Well, I'll tell you this: an organism without borders just will melt, right? It can't defend itself in any meaningful way.
It turns. It goes into it, right? It loses homeostasis.
Yes.
Yeah. Exactly.
Carry on, Paul.
Well, no, I mean, I'm all for what you're saying. I mean, I totally agree with you. Laissez-faire capitalism leads to systemic risk that, and what happens is it's privatizing the gains and socializing the losses.
Yes. And
but on the other side of the spectrum, right? So on the other side of the spectrum, when that does happen, then there's a big push for social, social programs or, socialization or communism. So, it's important that one is feeding the other, So we have to both. We need to bring down and restructure some of these institutions that have been building up over the last few decades, especially the international banking system.
Yes.
There needs to be trust busting there and make it less fragile. And we'll actually see more prosperity for everybody when we do that. There's no reason why there should be big five banks, five big banks in the United
I
States.
would say this.
They should be regionalized.
Yeah, so credit union, that type of thing. I'm all for that type of model. And I would just say right now, it's not even just like international banks. I would say on the US level, who's just bailed out the United States and the Treasury and the stock market, right?
Reserve,
Does
right?
anyone know what they're called?
Federal Reserve.
It's BlackRock, right? Look up who BlackRock is.
BlackRock.
Yeah.
Well, BlackRock is I thought an investment bank. They're an IB, and they invest institutional money, into venture. They're like a venture capitalist.
So these are the people that are sort of socializing the losses and putting the money back into and distorting the system. So, like you say, when this is part of I don't know, but the asset management.
I think.
Right, asset management.
BlackRock, the guy that owned the one that started BlackRock, I think he was the major donor to Harvard for the engineering school. Does it say who the original?
We got founders are Robert Capito and Lawrence Fink.
So you've got two people that suddenly have got their hands on the. So when I heard that, and we're getting into politics and away from science, and I'll try not. I think we should try to avoid that because we've already recognized that as a problem. But because I don't want to get into sort of bipartisan sort of.
Oh yeah, of course not, and we're definitely not about that here. We're trying to find the truth, and that's my objective, and I think you guys too.
But I would say everyone now needs to look at BlackRock, right? BlackRock are now controlling the purse strings of the United States, and you could basically say that you're being given the illusion of a universal basic income, right? But they're just to engage in that illusion. They're still going to make you go and do muck jobs for the moment because all the industry has gone, right? And we thought that we would have service sector industries, etc. And that sort of, that was the thinking of people like Thatcher and Reagan, because I'm old enough to remember those people, right? And all that type of thing as they broke up critical infrastructure and made everyone shareholders. But you know what? The people got a few $100 or pounds worth of shares, right? As they broke apart these, and of course there's an argument against being government run and lackadaisical. We understand that, but there are some things you don't break apart. And the Japanese have, I would say, sort of managed to strike the right balance, right? So the trains are, semi-private, but, the government makes sure that the trains run, and it's a profitable business for the Japanese and the government to make sure that those things run, and they don't have someone else, an outsider, coming in and making profits from their infrastructure. And it should be the same with you. And I'm just using Britain as an example because I can speak to that. You don't have the French running your electricity grid, right? It's insane.
Yeah, that's a security issue for sure.
Yes. And
nothing against the French, but I've read a couple history paragraphs about the English and the French, and they get into squabbles every now and again.
And these are things about how to deal with the larger scale of things. And I think I don't know, we sort of spoke about trying to get people on here who would speak to the issue at hand, and we couldn't get Dr. Boyle. I think we should keep trying to get someone like that. And what I would do is I would say there needs to be, as Jonathan was saying, there needs to be some debate somewhere and a long form construct like the Joe Rogan instantiated, where you don't just have to blurt out your speaking point in 30 seconds, and the conversation can roll for as long as it needs to. So like the correcting following broadcast that Joe Rogan was required to perform to maintain his credibility. And look, there's no doubt people in strategic planning are looking at Joe Rogan and saying, well, here's someone that we need to, it speaks to a degree of
No doubt. He's got 12x the reach of any network on any given night, just for one podcast.
Yeah. And did you put your hand up, Jonathan? Sorry, I just no. But I would put forward that someone who's sort of shown enough intellectual integrity and with the qualifications to speak to it. And I would ask Jonathan and Paul on that side to start demanding that debate takes place. And I don't know how much you want to sort of use your institutional leverage, Jonathan, but I would, if it was me and I had the letterheads right now, and I would be right.
And that's the problem, though. We get faculty emails that we're not supposed to send around to anybody else that tell us the people that we're supposed to send any questions to. They have
really
a whole media team so that nobody at the faculty needs to answer questions on their own. You can just rather consult with these people. So it's a pretty aggressive. I assume that all the universities would do this, not just.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you that because I reached out to University of Oregon this week and I didn't hear anything, and same with my alma mater, I didn't hear any either.
And I think if you do, you'll probably hear from a set number of media people, you won't get a virologist to answer you, and that's already kind of shady, right?
Yep, I agree.
There's got to be some out there that, like you guys, though, that want to talk to us. There's got to be, those guys that are intrinsically motivated.
Few and far between now, and getting less and less. This isn't the time of gentlemen in smoking jackets in their studies where they could engage in sort of long form an honest discussion about their findings, right? And that you could get a microscope and a telescope, and if you wanted to, you could begin sort of trying to describe the natural world in a way that sort of conformed to science. And like I said, I'll just reiterate the point, and it's disturbing to me what Jonathan's just said, that the media part of the university has just taken control of the narrative. That's not what university is supposed to be for.
The question is who's control of that? Probably the administration, right? Because they're the ones that kind of run the shows.
I don't know exactly who it was. It was a dean or somebody who sent that mail out.
Okay.
Well, fire that
at Harvard on campus before they shut it down. It wasn't uncommon when you're walking through Harvard Yard and going to the Science Center that there are these kind of like bulletin boards that people can staple stuff on there. A lot of communist, type, or socialism type
propaganda
stuff that's posted, groups and stuff. And then in Seaver Hall is right next to the famous library that's, on the main campus of Harvard. And it's an old building. And in there on the first floor, there's just tons of people posting communist type rally stuff. So there's a big socialist movement within the undergrad body.
I personally know socialists.
Huge.
For sure. Yeah, they're on my Facebook saying masks don't do a whole lot.
Look, I'm not. Well, that's the messianic 20-year-old phase, and I think it's Winston Churchill says that if you're not sort of socialist communist in your 20s, you have no heart, and if you're not a conservative sort of in your 40s, you have no brain. There's a lot of sort of truth in that statement, and I think that the kids, well, you're not kids, you're young adults. The younger adults, they need that university environment. That's where a lot of it is inculcated, that you have to give the young the tools to do the proper analysis. And so that comes down to making sure that those that are hands-on, well, that has different connotations, right? But those that are pedagogically interacting with the young, where you should, there should be that master student relationship, right? If you want to use a sort of martial art analogy, right? And
it's so hard to find nowadays. It's so
yes.
rare. You got to get kind of lucky. I think it's so beneficial and such a great way for people to learn. And all the greats in history, they all had a master. You know, even Da Vinci had a master. Who he surpassed. And I remember my last math teacher I had in high school was actually this Filipino woman, that because I moved with my family, we moved far away, and she was outstanding because of that mentoring aspect of it, which I think is disappearing, if it hasn't already disappeared entirely from our just how young people are trained. And I think the reason it's so ancient and so mythological, you know, you see it in Star Wars, and it's to this day, you go into a dojo anywhere, there's the master and the student, and it's because it works, you know.
Yeah. And I would say that as the universities begin to implode, because they will do, because I consider it unsustainable.
Oh, it's only a matter of time. Yeah.
That you're going to see sort of guilds sort of come back into favor, right? And you know, it'll be you know,
that's a very interesting thought.
And for want of a better descriptor, think of the Fight Club scene where they make the dude, you know, they've started their fight club, right, and they just make the dude stand outside, and then they just start berating him and what have you for days, and then they let him into the house, right, and then the sort of, you know, that's a sort of comical example, but it does work. And the thing is, there's a microcosm of that, which is the parent, right? And if you want to get into the social weeds and what have you, the fact that the family has been attacked, where divorce has become so prevalent, and all these things, and so that the father often is the master in the house, right? So the mother is there to get the kids through that sort of tender age where they are sort of sculpting themselves, so you don't breed a socio or psychopath, okay? And then once you're in a position where the child can really sort of start to get to grips with semantics, and I can hear my kids needing some mastering right now in the background. I might just have to go and
yeah, we can wrap up pretty soon here. We're getting close to 4 hours like we did.
All right, already.
Let's try to shoot for that. So we got about 10 minutes left, Kevin.
Well, like I say, I would say probably things like guilds need to go, and universities, as we understand, need to go. Paul, Jonathan, I'm very sorry to hear that the university is being so strict with your right to speak. That to me is a disgusting state of affairs, and I really hope that's unraveled pretty quickly.
I don't want to paint it as some kind of, you know, I don't think they're telling me to shut up. I think their intention is to take the pressure off me to feel the need to answer. And that's not really directed at me. Also, remember, it's a faculty-wide email.
Yeah.
You know, here are the people who are handling the messaging for University of Pittsburgh, and so if you get contacted by the media, you can always forward them to us. I don't think the University of Pittsburgh is taking such a draconian response, but you know, I wouldn't interpret that way. That's what I would say.
Okay. Well, thanks for that clarification, Couey. Yeah. And I just wanted to mention something else too. As I mentioned earlier, I got the chance to interview Charlie Robinson this week, and he wrote a book that really touches on pretty much everything we spoke tonight here. It's called The Octopus of Global Control, and he breaks it up into 8 tentacles of control that the elites use to control the masses. And I'm reading it right now, so I would encourage people to check out my interview with him and check out his stuff if that sort of thing interests you.
Paul?
Wait, am I supposed to say something?
Yeah.
All I can hear is Kevin's kids.
Yeah.
Well, what's, I don't know if I don't
Might
know
mute
if
the
you
microphone.
heard or not, but in our building, building, we have now a COVID-19 confirmed case.
Oh, you said that on your stream
And
this morning, Paul. I was watching for a few minutes, and we actually
Yeah.
mentioned it, but when we were chatting before the show, yeah. What is going on with that?
Well, because of HIPAA, and privacy laws, you can't, you can't tell, identity or anything like that. But in our building, we do have a COVID-19 patient. I live in a building in Lower Manhattan that is 32 stories tall. I live on the 10th floor, and we have about 900 units. Around 900 units in the building. So it's a decent sized building. So we have 6 different bays for the elevator. So we have 6 different elevators and 2 wing elevators. So, half of the building uses one wing, the other half of the building uses the other bay. But it's kind of scary, it's very close to home, literally. I don't know who it is. It could be on my floor. It could be on someone else, the top floor. Who knows? The probability of being on my floor is low because we have 32 floors. But it just, when we're talking about the virus and we're talking about civil liberties and we're talking about, some of these more esoteric, concepts or lofty concepts, people out there are in the same boat as me. Or worse, they may have a family member that has COVID-19. And it's very real. It's not academic. It's a very real situation that people need to pay attention to. And that we don't know what sort of what sort of phenomena might evolve 10 years from now with people that are getting this in their 30s or 40s. It may be benign. They may, get very little fibrotic scarring. But I suspect that 10 or 20 years later, when I am actually a practicing MD, hopefully in surgery, but, that I may see something with the pulmonary system that is related to what is happening right now, that creeps up. Just like how smoking didn't really manifest itself in the population as a disease until about 15 or 20 years later. So I think people really need to realize that, yeah, you can survive this. The probability is on your side that you won't die from it. But if you do catch it and you are one of the lucky ones, you may not be, free and clear 20 years down the road. You don't know what sort of pulmonary issues that might arise from this. There's a lot of unknown. So, it's kind of strange because I start medical school this year, and then about 16 months later, I go into what they call clerkship or rotations, and you do 2 years of rotations, mandatory rotations, and then your elective rotations, and then you go to residency. So in 16 months, if the theory holds that this is an 18 to 20 month pandemic with 3 different waves, the beginning of my rotation years, I'm going to start seeing COVID-19 situations in New York. All right. And then when I fast forward through residency and let's say, I'm doing general surgery first and then, a fellowship and hopefully a fellowship in CT, cardiothoracic surgery. So during my residency, I might see that 5-year blip that Dr. Couey and Dr. McCairn's talking about, that may gain function and something just radically happens. And so I see this as that I'm kind of living through this. I'm living through the temporalness of this disease. Right now, as a YouTube, guy and sharing, the best that I can with other people that are interested in this topic. But then as I move more and more into the clinical setting and not the research side, but more into the clinical setting, I'm going to learn more and more intimately about this disease and how it's affecting people. And it's very real. And I could be affected.
Situation is essentially infinite, and I do think careers will be made or make or break a situation for careers in this situation, because it's such an inflection point in so many ways. But we hope that you do achieve your goals, Doc Cottrell, but not necessarily as it pertains to COVID patients. Hopefully there's a more positive outcome within 18 to 20 months than that. But that is, like you said, a very strong possibility. And we do thank everybody for listening here tonight. Thank you to Dr. McCairn, Dr. Cottrell, and Doc Couey. Doc Couey, did you want to say something? Because I think you're the only one that hasn't kind of done a conclusion yet or a wrapping up thought.
No, I'm okay. I hope we have this again next week. It'll be good, I think. I think one of the things I wanted to ask was we should start trying to formulate in our head what the sort of current expectations, for example, the worst case scenarios of what was going to happen in New York aren't met yet. I'm not saying I want them to be met. I just want to go through this with eyes wide open. Who told us the truth 2 weeks ago? Whose predictions were correct, and whose sort of whose guidance ends up being right. And I hope that we are all having our eyes wide open enough to make sure that in the end we have the ability to take that all into account, to make a sort of reckoning of that.
Definitely. I agree. And Doc Cottrell is saving pertinent documents on his server. Doc McCairn's doing the same. I'm trying to take video clips I think will be pertinent from YouTube of leaders lying to us and stuff like that.
Most of my videos also have like a bibliography underneath them too of all the papers I cite. So
okay, definitely. And again, I will put everyone's websites and social media links in the description box below. If you guys want to talk a bit after our broadcast ends, gentlemen.
Before the broadcast ends, I just want
definitely, Dr. McCairn, go for it. We're not in a rush.
Yeah. So there was a very, very important paper yesterday that came out in JAMA Neurology, JM, Journal of American Medical Association Neurology, looking at the effects of SARS, or it is SARS, let's just keep calling it that, on the nervous system of these patients. Please keep that in mind. Try to encourage those around you not to take the eyes off the target with people that want to grift with anything from there not being a virus to encouraging people to go to the extreme burning down 5G towers, right? I'm not saying 5G towers are great or anything. It's just the wrong target, right?
Even as something as seemingly innocent as politicizing this one way or another with a news media outlet, because someone in my family did this today that I talked to, and they're saying that, oh, well, Fox put out deadly information. Well, maybe that's true, but so did fucking everybody else, So don't try to. Yes, you can vote for whoever you want to vote for, but try to work on the ability to step back and kind of look at it from, like a bird's eye view. So I would invite people to do that. So if anybody doesn't have any more further comments, just want to thank everybody for listening. Again, Doc Cottrell, Doc McCairn, Doc Couey's links will be in the description box below, as will myself. And I'm on for next week if you guys are.
Yep.
Awesome. So stay tuned until next week, everyone. Thank you, and have a great rest of your Saturday night. Cheers.